In a softly lit scene, a pair of legs in laced ballet flats gracefully glide across the shadowy floor. The billows of a white dress are gently broken by movement. A young girl with pink hair and large, expressive eyes is surprised, her mouth agape. She stands in a spacious hallway, the light highlighting her ruinous white dress. Given that, she thinks that someone, presumably her father, has called out to her. The same girl runs through the dimly lit hallway, her dress flapping behind her. She wonders aloud about the reason for the call. Approaching the large double doors, the girl pauses, speculation clear on her face. She wonders if the summons is related to her upcoming birthday, her silhouette small in the space of the room, emphasizing her anticipation. Standing on the threshold, the girl's face is a picture of hopeful duration. She tentatively calls out to her father, her optimism palpable in the flickering lights surrounding her. When the door opens, she is met with the sight of a man sitting in a luxurious room, another standing beside him. Her perspective is from behind, showing her small stature compared to the grandeur of the room and its occupants. The man standing turns to announce the girl's presence, his posture upright and his expression serious. This formal setting hints at a significant and perhaps solemn event unfolding. The girl, now in the room, seems shocked and confused. As she looks at the figure obscured in shadow, she questions the identity of the man with her father, a combination of fear and curiosity etched on her face. Suddenly, the girl gives up her fear, her face contorted in a scream. A hand reaches out to her. The action is abrupt and disturbing, emphasizing the abrupt transition from the previous calm to chaos. Finally, the seated man looks out the window, his silhouette darkening against the light. He wonders to himself if the girl is the one, his posture reflective and his mood tense with unanswered questions. The character is overcome with emotion, lamenting the unfortunate fate of using a magical child for a sinister ritual. The girl's innocence is shattered when she is confronted with the word sacrifice, her expression one of horror and disbelief. With tears welling up, she seeks her father's reassurance, desperately realizing whether her sacrifice will serve a greater good. The man's disgruntled grip and swift gaze speak volumes about his determination, signaling the harsh reality the girl must face. As her birthday approaches, she is haunted by memories of rejection and reminders of the deep love she once felt. Fast forward 6 years, the quaint town square bustles with life, starkly contrasting with the girl's solemn memories. The red-haired girl is jolted from her thoughts by an unexpected interruption, her startled face reflecting her surprise. A young girl, fiery and outspoken, faces ridicule with fierce determination, her tenacity shining through. The girl, now facing a group of curious onlookers, maintains her composure as her identity as a victim is scrutinized. In a stone cell, a girl with worried brown eyes begs for mercy, while a redhead wraps her arms protectively around her, urging the invisible to give up. The redhead stands tall, cradling the girl beside her as she urgently announces their noble connection to the Marquis of the North, pleading with the surrounding crowd for understanding amidst the commotion. Under threat of kidnapping, the rebel redhead values her as a valuable commodity, his words hinting at a dark fate. Fear and disbelief flash across her face as she realizes their danger. The girl, small but fierce, bites her attacker's hand with a determined taunt. His scream fills the air, echoing both pain and surprised indignation. Passers-by at the girls, their laughter harsh. They comment on the young man's cruel spirit, their words dripping with cruel intent. The larger man looms over the redhead, his voice demanding submission while she resists, her expression and determined against his intimidation. Swift's retaliation comes when the redhead slams her palm into her encounter's nose. The crack of the blow is sudden and sharp, a key twist in a somber scene. The boat stumbles back, hand flying toward his nose, his pained expression a silent testament to the redhead's unexpected power, a moment that shifts the dynamics of power. After the strike, there is a disoriented, breathtaking, agape roar as the audience realizes that the redhead is no easy prey, their blow palpable in the dusty air. The bald man clutches his face, eyes wide with shock and agony. Around him, reality begins among the witnesses. Women are not to be underestimated. A hooded figure stands tall, basking in the soft glow of the sunset, the cityscape in the background emitting an almost ethereal light. With a sharp turn of her head, A girl with striking red eyes and flowing red hair looks over her shoulder, her expression a combination of surprise and apprehension. In a tense confrontation, a bald man steps forward with a knife, aiming it at the cloaked figure, his face contorted with aggression as he shouts out his intent. A glance at the cloaked figure's eye reveals a determined look as they gracefully turn to face the incoming attack, their cloak sharply breaking through. The bald man finds himself in a powerful flip, the speed and strength of the hooded figure's response sending him crashing to the ground. The closing figure strides, leaving behind the fallen man, the cloak quivering with an air of finality before the encounter. A peeking eye. The figure's eye reveals a calm yet sharp intensity, hinting at a controlled force behind their composed facade. The evidence of the event unfolds. Two children huddle in fear, one holding the other. The older one, with deep red hair, a chiseled figure stands alert, fear etched into her face. The girl hugs the younger child tightly, her eyes wide with fear and betrayal as she accuses the figure of malevolence, her protective instincts flaring up. Amidst a warm sunset, a concerned young man with blonde hair asks someone in the frame if they are okay, his headphones dangling at his side. A young woman with strawberry blonde hair assures that, even though it is dangerous here, she will accompany the person to their home, her eyes filled with caring determination. The scene shifts to the serene exterior of an elaborate, multi-story building set against a dusky sky. A girl, her hair black and eyes shining, excitedly thanks someone for the food as she sits in front of a bountiful and colorful feast, ready to dive in. As the girl stirs her dish with gusto, the pink-haired lady watches with a mix of amusement and affection, her own fork suspended in midair. Gratitude is extended by the pink-glowing woman in the mask, who goes by the name of Mr. Rin, noting that he is the first to help them without asking for anything in return. Enjoying a bite, the pink-gloved lady is surprised when she is reminded that they need to go somewhere, her expression a combination of surprise and investigation. The man with sleek black hair is in a moment of introspection, his thoughts on the strangeness of walking with a stranger, a gesture of vulnerability revealed as he rubs the back of his neck. The same pink-gloved lady is perplexed as she recalls imagining themselves with each other. She is Rena, her tone mixed with confusion and a hint of realization. The man, revealed as Rin, acknowledges their mutual introduction, but complains that the names themselves do not diminish their status as strangers, his demeanor displaying a combination of resignation and thoughtfulness. The girl with pink hair seems surprised by the boy's remark as he holds the fork up uncontrollably, suggesting a casual or dismissive attitude. At the dinner table, a pink-haired girl looks concerned as she watches a boy indulge in a hearty meal. The atmosphere suggests that an important conversation is taking place over dinner. A young man with dark hair expresses his feelings by raising his hand as if to emphasize his point. His serious expression suggests that he is discussing a matter of some importance. The pink-skinned girl speaks with a tone of authority, perhaps catching up with the young girl eating in front of her. Her posture and the content of her speech suggest a combination of severity and instruction. A tense moment unfolds as the pink-gloved girl leans forward with a pointed question about family relationships. Her intense gaze and surrounding lines of movement suggest a significant revelation or accusation. Surprise is visible on the dark-skinned young man's face as he learns new information about family connections, which seems to catch him off guard. With a serious demeanor, the pink-skinned girl confirms the fact by smoking a pipe. Her composed posture suggests that she is in a position of knowledge or authority on the matter. The young man ponders the revelation of an unexpected child, his furrowed brows and contemplative look suggesting he is trying to make sense of the news. The conversation takes a turn when the pink-haired girl is surprised to hear a question about returning home, a topic that seems to come out of the blue for her. Rin explains her reluctance to return home by hinting at the chaotic life and potential troubles that lie ahead, perhaps hinting at past events that could come back to haunt her. A man with dark hair and intense eyes appears restless, biting his thumb as he thinks deeply. The text suggests that he is considering a difficult situation. A young woman with pink hair and eyes looks shocked. The dialogue reveals that she is called beautiful, a statement that seems to catch her off guard. The alluring image shows a pink-skinned woman surrounded by sinister hands reaching for her. The dialogue expresses the brutal reality of her beauty, making her a target for those who would exploit her for gain. The man reappears, this time in a thoughtful pose, his hand covering his mouth. He reflects on the many people who ask for payment in exchange for help. The woman's face is drawn, frowning, the dialogue bubble showing her considering the concept of payment, perhaps realizing the weight of the man's previous reflection. The man shows a moment of realization, his hand touching his neck, as if something had just been thrust upon him, related from the woman's perspective to the payment. In a powerful stance, a man stands with a sword at his side, conveying a sense of readiness and determination, perhaps to defend or fight. The woman's twisted face captures her solemn expression, hinting at the depth of emotion and determination behind her pensive eyes. The focus shifts to a beautifully detailed sword, a symbol of action and nobility, hinting at a significant moment of decision or confrontation. Rin stands protectively over the woman, offering safety and confidence in a world that offers threatening danger. A woman with pink hair looks surprised as she holds a phone, while a dark-skinned man talks to her. The text suggests that he is asking to use or apply something. A man in a cloak holds a dagger above his open palm, saying if one thing happens, an action must follow, implying a conditional threat or test. The woman looks at the hands jumping up and down with a worried expression as the man points the dagger at her, indicating that he is ready to perform a serious act. A man who is experiencing anxiety turns away, his movements rapid, creating a sense of urgency or conclusion to previous actions. The pink-skinned woman smiles, content in her expression, while the man's voice is reflected in the background, indicating a change in mood or a response to his actions. The man who appears seems puzzled and a little shaken, asking a question that suggests confusion or concern, perhaps about the woman's behavior. The woman is seen with a warm smile against a window backdrop, with text emphasizing something beautiful, speaking of admiration or a positive revelation. A close-up of the man reveals his surprise and emotion, his gaze intense and directed outside the panels, suggesting a reaction to something unexpected or significant. The woman is glowing with happiness, her eyes closed and a carefree expression on her face, while the man stands nearby, the contrast between their emotions palpable. The man looks surprised, sweat on his brow as he questions the woman's intentions or words, clearly unsettled or caught off guard by the situation. In a cozy, dimly lit room, Rena, with pink hair and a cheerful expression, playfully closes her eyes and smiles broadly, irritably suggesting that she may not be the sharpest tool in the shed. Rin, a man with short black hair, looks at her with an unreadable expression. The sporty interior design of the room shows a neatly set table under the soft glow of candles, with 2 chairs inviting quiet conversation. The scene outside the window suggests a chilly night when the warmth inside beckons. Rena lies down, eyes closed and a carefree look on her face. A big, fat onomatopoeia looms over her, suggesting a sudden sound or action that disrupts the peace. A moment later, charged with tension, Rin puts a finger to his lips, signaling for Rena to be quiet. The urgency in his eyes speaks volumes as Rena looks at him, her eyes wide with sudden concern. Rena sits up in bed, a question forming on her lips. Should we run away now? Her face is a combination of anxiety and anticipation, emphasizing the gravity of the situation unfolding around them. Rin, with a firm understanding, urges Ren to hide under the bed. The command is clear and simple, but it carries a danger that makes Ren's heart race. The urgency in Rin's voice is palpable as he insists that Rena move quickly. Her eyes are wide, reflecting the shock of the command as she struggles to comply. A boisterous man bursts into the room, demanding to know where Rena is. His aggressive stance and the backup of uniformed officers emphasize that Rin and Rena are in danger. The man, his eyes filled with rage, accuses Rin of being the murderer. Tensions mount as a confrontation seems inevitable, and Ren's safety hangs in the balance. In a fit of rage, the man demands the return of Rin, believing that Rin is her murderer. The situation is fraught with misunderstanding and the potential for violence. Rin, a man with short black hair, seems skeptical when he confronts another character, noting that they are obviously lying. His expression is tense, suggesting a high-stakes conversation. The bald man clutches a knife with a menacing grin, clearly threatening to have no regrets about his future actions. His aggressive stance suggests that he is not to be healed, and he seems to be relishing the upcoming confrontation. Rin looks on in shock, his eyes wide as the object violently lunges at him. His surprise suggests that the attack is unexpected, putting him on the defensive. A hand clutches a glowing blue stone, magical symbols inscribed upon it pulsing with power. Blood drips from the fingers, hinting at the ritual or sacrifice that has just taken place. Rin, with a serious expression, prepares to throw something with great force. His focus and determination are palpable as he takes action to change the course of the encounter. A large, terrifying creature emerges with bared fangs, boasting that it will not be tamed. Its appearance is menacing, and it exudes a sense of rage and raw power. Rin, eyes narrowed in a combination of fear and determination, draws his sword as he faces an unseen threat. The determination on his face says he is ready to fight, no matter the odds. The fierce creature roars aggressively, pulling Rin out. The intense confrontation is highlighted by the creature's fierce expression and overwhelming presence. In a dynamic encounter, Rin dodges an attack from a giant beast, lines of movement that emphasize the speed and danger of the moment. His agility is his ally in this dangerous dance of combat. Rin stands ready in a defensive position, his sword pointed at the beast. His posture suggests a readiness to engage in a decisive battle, determined to emerge victorious. Rin, a man with short black hair, stands defensively with a sword in his hand, while Rina, a girl with pink hair, appears surprised, her arms spread out as if in shock. He shouts, "Stop!" while she pleads, "Please stop being afraid." Rina, with her pink hair flowing, looks terrifying as the monstrous creature looms over her. Rin stands guard with his back to her, facing the threat head-on, sword at the ready as he shouts defiantly at the beast. A voice taunts from the shadows as the three figures approach. Rin engages the beast with determination, striking it fiercely as Rina watches from behind. The creature seems to be at a disadvantage against Rin's brutality. Eyes are wide with fear and determination. She demands, "Stop right now! I will never forgive you for your foul language and insults." The text suggests her outrage at the violence unfolding. The tension increases when one of the men, bald and tattooed, reacts with a startled "What?" as his companion looks on in apprehension. The mood is one of sudden surprise and confusion. In a dramatic confrontation, Rin bravely fights the beast. Rina, looking back, seems unpleasant and helpless as the creature violently staggers, its eyes glowing red with malice. Amidst the chaos, Rin, sword at the ready, looks shocked as the creature is defeated. The intensity of the moment is captured in his wide-eyed expression. With determination, Rin faces the beast, its essence dissipating around him. He stands wounded but victorious, his sword dripping from the battle. Rina, now in a standing position, points her weapon forward with a determined look. Her hair is disheveled as she prepares to take action, standing strong in the face of danger. Rina, a girl with pink hair, stands in the shadows, her white dress smeared with red at the hem. Clutching a sharp object in her hand, her eyes show a mix of emotions. Her straight hair dances around her face, partially obscuring her expression. Two men, one bald and the other wearing a hat, look shocked as they look up. Their faces are contorted with fear and surprise, perhaps indicating something they did not expect. The rain seems to be falling harder, emphasizing the gravity of the situation they have found themselves in. Rin, a man with short black hair, looks stunned, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. He seems to have just seen something disturbing, rain cascading down his face, reflecting the shock in his eyes. Rina is visibly closed, her eyes tense and her lips curved into a slight smile. She speaks confidently, implying that she sees through the facades around her. The name Rina is scrawled below, emphasizing her presence and perhaps her importance in this scenario. Softens, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she speaks again. This time her words carry a tone of amusement, suggesting that she finds the naivety of others endearing or advantageous. Her smile, seemingly innocent, hides a multitude of secrets behind it. A wounded hand reaches for a mysterious stone with an intricate blue design, as if trying to grasp or activate it. Two figures in uniform and fox look surprised by the glowing blue entity emanating from the device, illuminating the dark surroundings. The bald man screams in agony as blue energy lashes around his arm, his expression twisted with pain and shock. A figure with sunken red eyes and a malevolent expression is seen strangling Rin, who is in apparent distress. A mysterious energy swirls around them. Rina looks up with wide eyes reflecting a blue glow, her face revealing a combination of concern and determination. Rina stands firm and determined, her long pink hair flowing, surrounded by a glowing blue light that creates a stark contrast to the dark background. A bald man rushes forward with a terrifying expression, his eyes glowing red as he is enveloped in blue energy. Rina, hair holding back behind her, delivers a hard blow to the bald man, whose face registers the shock and pain of the impact. Rina stands over the defeated bald man, her presence commanding the rain, adding a somber tone to the scene. Rina stands amidst the chaos, her gaze locked on something beyond the panels as uniformed figures look on in surprise. Rina, with flowing pink hair, looks shocked as she claims it's dangerous to eat anything you find. Her wide eyes gleam with concern in the dim light. Kneeling down, Rina asks since when a person carries the so-called victim. Nearby, two men, police officers, are surprised as they look at someone lying on the ground. Her gaze is intense. Rina questions if her statement was heard clearly. Her arms are crossed as she stands under the pale light, her expression a combination of determination and curiosity. Amidst the scene of confusion, the man explains that it has been 3 months since the body was found by accident, the words leaving his mouth with a tone of disbelief. With a flicker of triumph, Rina declares that she is finished, holding a flashlight in the twilight atmosphere, her pink eyes reflecting the light. Rina stands confidently, informing the gentlemen that they must take responsibility for their content as the men stare in the dawn of awareness of their situation. The image captures the girl in a sudden transformation, her hair now black and short. She crawls out from under the bed. The girl consoles herself by saying that mistakes can always be corrected. Her eyes, filled with determination, look towards a brighter outcome. The men caught in the guards stare at Ren's outstretched empty hands in a mixture of surprise and confusion as a dynamic light surrounds them. In a charming twist, Rina, with a playful twinkle in her eye, sweetly asks for everything they have, her arms open and ready to receive. In a well-lit room, Rin, with a skeptical attitude, confronts Rina about their previous experience, questioning whether all her actions were for show. Rina looks back in surprise, caught off guard by the aftermath. Rina, rock in hand, refutes Rin's suggestion of weakness by emphasizing her commitment to proper social behavior. Rin swallows her words, her face a combination of doubt and contemplation. The atmosphere becomes tense as Rin, with a hint of disappointment, Ren's questionable actions surrounding the gift of bananas suggests that it may be overly polite or a sign of timidity. In a contrasting scene, a moody character with horns and a broom stands in silence while Rina sits nearby, her posture and expression reflecting frustration and vulnerability. The girl with the messy hairdo asserts the importance of her actions, Rino's solution, and alluding to a wider group of well-behaved girls who could benefit from the situation. A pragmatic discussion unfolds as a character with a broom lectures on the need for fair compensation for their efforts and cost management. Rin is visibly shocked, tugging at the bead on his forehead as he reacts to the unexpected utterance of a strong word, and Rina watches as her expression is a combination of amusement and surprise. Rina teases Rin about her choice of words, "coward among them," which seems to strike a nerve, leaving Rin speechless and confused at her outright. Rin stands in a moment of realization, realizing that Rina never asked for help, a thought that seems to weigh heavily on him. The scene climaxes as Ren's dagger abruptly falls to the floor, symbolizing a key moment of tension and unspoken conflict between her and Rin. In the dimly lit room, Rina, with her pink hair, watches in surprise as Rin, a man with short black hair, pins her down for protection. He assures her that it's for safety, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his hood. As the scene intensifies, Rin, his expression serious and determined, gives Ren permission to stab him if she feels threatened, demonstrating his trust in her. His dark cloak contrasts with the warm glow of the background. Rin feels a sudden jolt of pain, narrowing his eyes as if struck by an invisible force. His discomfort is obvious, but he tries to hide it from Rin, showing his resilience. Rena, dressed in a white and green Victorian outfit, watches Rin's discomfort with concern. He brushes it off, trying to keep his composure, hinting at his desire not to worry about her. At a key moment, Rena holds a mysterious stone pulsing with blue runes. She questions its meaning, citing it as a case they discussed earlier, hinting at a shared quest or investigation between them. Surrounded by a sinister aura, several identical stones with glowing runes turn out to be sacrificial devices. This ominous discovery speaks to a darker aspect of their journey. A terrifying scene unfolds with zombie-like creatures emerging around a cursed stone that is said to have changed the course of human history, a grim reminder of the dangers they face. During their journey, Rin learns of a victim in the city and an ongoing investigation, hinting at a deeper narrative intertwined with their search. Rin reflects on his vulnerability, questioning his previous assumption that Rena is naive. This introspection reveals his evolving perception of her. Rena claims ownership of the mysterious object, her expressions swift and determined. She challenges Rin, asking if he intends to return it, setting the stage for a potential conflict or resolution between them. Rin, with short black hair, stands with a serious expression and hands as he declares something important, though he intends not to push it too hard. Rena, the girl with pink hair, looks surprised and a little confused, staring wide-eyed with her mouth open. In another moment, Rena smiles warmly, knowledge on her face as she lightly touches her breast with her hand. Rin appears somewhat dissolute and blushes a little when Rena, looking into his eyes, genuinely compliments him, causing a soft smile to escape from him. Rena comes out frankly, admitting that there was no need for rescue, but she appreciated Rin's kindness. Rin gratefully offers Rennie an ornate, shining stone as a promised reward for her kindness. Rin's eyes widen in shock, gripping the stone a little tighter, clearly surprised by the object's significance. Rena gratefully accepts the stone, stating that she would receive it with joy, but also implying that it is too valuable a reward for her kindness alone, hinting at reciprocity in her own way. With a gentle smile and a gracious bow, Rena tells Rin that she awaits his return, assuming he must be on his way. Rin, surprised, expresses that he cannot accompany Rena any further as he has other companions, perhaps feeling a combination of duty and regret. Rena, a girl with long pink hair, stands with a gentle expression, her gaze soft and distant. She seems to be taking a quiet moment for herself. Rin, a man with short black hair, stands in the room, looking slightly confused. His formal attire suggests a certain seriousness, and his hand rests on the hilt of his sword, indicating readiness for action. Rena turns her head slightly, a smug smile on her face, her eyes half closed in an expression of confidence. She seems to be responding to an offhand comment or an entertainment situation. With an air of finality, Rena turns to leave, stating that they will see each other in the yard. Her posture speaks of a combination of determination and unevenness, suggesting that she is accustomed to taking responsibility. Rin is caught off guard, his eyes wide with surprise. There is a sense of surprise in his reaction, perhaps at Ren's abrupt decision or a surprising revelation. A bird's-eye view of the city with its neat rows of houses and surrounding wall presents a serene and orderly environment, with a sense of peaceful daily life within its confines. A lone figure walks away from the viewer, towards a military camp. The setting is peaceful, with tents and structures blending into a lush green landscape. In a tense moment, a group of armored knights surround a mysterious glowing stone on the ground. Their attention and formation suggest the object's importance and potential danger. Rin stands adorned in ceremonial military uniform, a look of determination on his face. The grandeur of his attire and the brilliant light around him lend a magical, commanding aura to his presence. Rin, a man with short black hair, stands with a pensive look. His bright eyes contrast with his dark clothes, and there is a sense of seriousness about him. Inside the tent, Rin addresses a group of armored soldiers. He questions the progress of the investigation, pointing out his leadership role in the matter. Outdoors, a man with green hair loudly reports the findings of the investigation as Rin, in a fur coat, listens from behind, exuding calm authority. Rin rides his horse with a purposeful expression as he gallops through the landscape. His posture is upright and determined, suggesting a sense of urgency. Two horses gallop violently, their hooves kicking up a cloud of dust. The energy and chaos of the scene reflect a moment of intense action. Rin, in full armor, leads the charge on horseback. The mass of soldiers behind him indicates his command and the gravity of the situation they face. In a softly lit room, Rena, a woman with pink hair, offers a compliment to Rin, revealing a personal connection between them. Rin stands in the shadows, a crooked smile on his face. His response to Reno speaks of a shared understanding, hinting at the layers of complexity in his character. Rena looks wide-eyed, expressing caution about what she considers dangerous. The text around her frames her as both delicate and receptive. Rena stands accused, with Rin facing us. Despite the tension, there is an air of dramatic irony as she faces the consequences of actions that seem typical of her. Rin, a man with short black hair, stands in profile, lost in thought. He wonders how anyone would react if they knew he was the heir to the eastern lands. While riding through the forest, Rin is approached by a man with short blonde hair who asks if anything good has happened. Rin's expression is pensive, and he seems caught in the act of questioning. The blonde remarks that Rin seems to be in a good mood, to which Rin responds with a sense of irony, hinting that the situation may not be as pleasant as it seems. There is a brief moment of awkward silence between Rin and the blonde man. Rin looks away, deep in thought, while the other man waits for an answer. Rin and the blonde lead a procession of soldiers on horseback through the forest. The man addresses Rin with respect, acknowledging his high status. Rin rides his horse, deep in contemplation, asking if the blonde has a daughter, which seems to be an important topic to him. The blonde seems surprised when Rin asks if he means Marquis Rubel of the northern lands. He notes the strained relations between the north and the west. The blonde hesitates to respond to Rin's inquiry about his daughter, having discovered that she died many years ago, which lends a somber mood to the conversation. The blonde man regains his composure, explaining that his daughter's name was Reno, or something similar, recalling the past with a touch of sadness in his eyes. Rin stands before the warrior with a stern expression, declaring his previous belief in her virtuous, only to discover that she is actually a ghost. He is visibly shocked, the revelation evident in his eyes. In the next moment, with a slightly puzzled look, Rin ponders Reno's visions of the ghosts, wondering if he really saw what was real. He concludes to wait for their next meeting for answers. The fight scene unfolds where Rin stands out, charging forward in contrast to the spectral soldiers in the background, offering a mix of the ethereal and the real in this fight. The next scene switches to a serene setting, with a clapboard train driving through a tree. The coach is focused on the road ahead, oblivious to the ghostly soldiers seen earlier. Inside the carriage, Rena stares, lost in thought. Her reflection in the window merges with her actual presence, hinting at her ghostly nature. Rena sits across from a young maid in a carriage. They casually chat as Rena appears dignified, and the maid seems surprised by the noble aura of her company. The young maid looks curiously at Rin standing outside the carriage. His confused appearance contrasts with the elegance of the carriage, piqued her curiosity. Rena looks on with a mixture of surprise and recognition, as if she's just realized something important about Rena or their shared circumstances. Finally, Rin stands shrouded in shadows, his face half closed, suggesting a mysterious future meeting with Rena, while she sits passively, offering patience and contemplation. In a calm moment, Rena sits next to a striking maid inside the carriage, her calm demeanor providing a stark contrast to the maid's agitation. Rena, a girl with pink hair, sits comfortably by the window, enjoying the sunlight and the view of the village below. Next to her, a younger girl with short black hair looks surprised as she exclaims a simple, "Ah!" The younger girl has a puzzled expression as she sincerely asks Ren how to start a conversation with someone in the yard, clearly seeking advice. Rena responds thoughtfully, beginning to explain the proper way to greet someone and inquire about their well-being. The younger girl listens intently, her eyes wide with anticipation for the next part of Rena's lesson. A moment of learning is captured as the younger girl leans forward, eager to learn more. Rena suggests giving the person a chance, which is confusing to the young girl, reflected in her repetition of the word chance. Rena, with her finger to her lips in a reflective pose that signals she's thinking about what to say next. In the final image, Rena concludes her advice with the importance of giving someone a chance to apologize. Her expression is serene and wise, as if imparting an important life lesson to the younger girl. In the manner, the story introduces Ren, who lived alone, surrounded by nature. Following the advice of her elders, the Viscount's wife separated from her daughter, dividing herself to ensure a proper upbringing for her successor. Rena, a young girl with pink hair, seems lost and out of place in her grand surroundings, contrasting her innocence with the expectations placed on her. In the midst of a heated argument, a lady in green madly withdraws her hand from a gentleman, suggesting a deep rift or disagreement in the family. Little Rena is depicted as always, surrounded by loneliness, standing small in the vast courtyard of her large estate. Looking at her parents' portrait, Rena longs for the day when she can be with them again, feeling their absence deeply. The child expresses boredom and loneliness by speaking with a lack of maternal and paternal affection. Time passes and Rena grows up amidst the expectations of her 6th year of life, still seemingly isolated but ready for change. Suddenly, the prince arrives from the main residence, hinting at a significant twist in Ren's isolated existence. Overwhelmed with joy, Rena finally returns home, offering a reunion and a new chapter in her life. A young girl with pink hair stands with a bright and excited expression. She is dressed in an intricate blue dress decorated with ruffles and lace, looking impatient and slightly nervous, as if she is at a significant event, perhaps a ceremony or celebration. The couple stands together, an air of elegance surrounding them. They appear to be Ren's parents, who look even more impressive than she ever imagined, as indicated by a text bubble inviting Ren to approach. Rena, with pink hair adorned with a blue flower, stands expressionless but with eyes full of tears. She wears a necklace and a light blue dress with a bow and a gemstone. A delicate hand is visible, part of a graceful pose adorned with pearls, as she lifts the hem of an elegant, flowing gown. The gown has a regal quality to it. Rena humbly greets her parents in the lush field, looking down with a slight bow. She introduces herself by name, the air around her calm and serene. With hopeful eyes, Rena believes that every day will be filled with love or happiness. Her pink hair frames her face as she holds this sincere sentiment. A horse-drawn carriage heads down a dirt path, seemingly leaving or approaching an estate, with the driver concentrated ahead, the surroundings bathed in the glow of a peaceful day. Inside the vehicle, Rena sits thoughtfully, finger to mouth, while the maid with the ears reacts excitedly, indicating that they can already see the mansion from afar. The majestic castle stands tall against a clear blue sky, with birds flying around. The architecture is intricate, signaling a grand event or a significant residence. Two women, one with long brown hair, both wearing flower crowns and white dresses, share a joyful moment under a clear sky. Laughter and happiness are evident in their postures. Two women, now joined by a man, admire the fountain. The pearls and flowing dresses suggest a festive or special occasion, and the man seems to be greeting or leading them. In conversation with her maid, Rena seems surprised or hesitant about something the maid excitedly points out, perhaps in relation to the activities at the large estate they are visiting. A noisy crowd gathers around a grand, ornate building adorned with statues and banners. The atmosphere is filled with anticipation, the grandeur of the architecture hinting at an important event. A young girl with ears typical of a fantasy servant looks out of the carriage window, concerned about the time, stating that it will be night by the time they get through the line. Inside the carriage, a servant girl and a pink-gloved girl named Rena discuss their wait. The servant expresses urgency, to which Rena responds with a puzzled, "What?" Rena holds the invitation with the elegant seal and comments in surprise that the invitation that was in her bag is exactly what they need. Handing the invitation to the guard from the carriage, the servant girl apologizes for not recognizing him, and the guard accepts the document. Kurana is welcomed at a celebration for the empire. When she arrives at the palace, the servant girl eagerly demands to be let in. Entering the palace's luxurious ballroom, the servant girl exclaims with trepidation, her excitement palpable as she receives in the grand setting. A servant girl hangs from a chandelier in a comic escape as Rena calmly walks downstairs, oblivious to the antics above. In the hallway, Reina is stopped by a woman who asks if they are going to see the lady of the house. Reina explains that the lady will call them if necessary, and they have other plans. These descriptions offer a glimpse into the graphic novel's narrative, showcasing elements of character interaction, setting, and plot development. Reina, with her long pink hair, looks slightly surprised and confused by the question from her servant, who is a girl with cat-like features. Reina declares her intention to search for her father, her expression determined, and her posture poised for the confrontation that may await her. The scene cuts to a grand doorway guarded by two halberd-wielding guards who stand firm, blocking the path with their weapons crossed. Reina, unnamed, presents the article to the guards. Her face is determined, suggesting that the document carries an order that she expects to obey. The guards, unmoved by the contents of the letter, deny her exit. Ren's disappointment is palpable, her previous confidence now shattered by this refusal. The camera focuses on Rennie, her gaze now softer, reflecting a combination of hope and anticipation as she awaits the guards' reaction to the letter. Despite the authoritative message, the guards remain unmoved, their armored form a barrier to Ren's progress. A prominent older man appears, likely an authority figure. His presence suggests that he may have the final say in Ren's requests. In a grand room with daylight streaming through large windows, Reina sits across from a gray-haired man, the two engaged in a calm but meaningful conversation. Reina, confused, asks her husband how he is doing, recalling the passage of time, suggesting a reunion after a long separation. The man, in a suit, becomes agitated, questioning his own actions and complaining that he feels dead inside, his emotions intensifying dramatically. Reina, shocked and with a touch of sadness, cannot believe that her husband would not acknowledge her, her face showing a combination of confusion and pain. Reina recalls with childlike innocence her decision to carpet the stairs, oblivious to the consequences of her actions. The man's memory of stumbling down the carpeted stairs is vivid, his past embarrassment hinting at the presence of a look on his face. Reina, shorter in stature, pleads over the man standing high on the stairs, the height difference emphasizing her youthful naivety and his adult authority. From a bird's-eye view, we see the aftermath of Ren's carpeting, a comical cascade of tumblers, including a man, each of them comically unable to navigate the treacherous steps. Reina looks intently to the side, her expression one of calm contemplation, perhaps recalling or coming to terms with the past. The man currently seated looks unpleasant as he asks Reina if she has heard about a certain event, his face reflecting serious concern. In the large room, Reina sits tensely on the couch, her husband standing with his back to her, delivering the grim news. Their lady is dead. Reina's eyes, fixed on the floor, reflect a mixture of shock and contemplation. The butler turns to Reina, assuming she has a long journey ahead of her, and advises her to have some tea before leaving. Reina remains seated, her gaze downcast and her thoughts elsewhere. A servant prepares tea service as the butler confidently asserts that he can handle it himself. His polished professionalism masks an underlying concern. As the butler serves tea, he is struck by a sudden, painful memory. Reina watches, the weight of the situation reflected in her stillness. A close-up reveals the butler's trembling hands as he clutches the pendant, his self-confidence beginning to crumble under the emotional strain. The elegant cup is interrupted, its contents flowing out in a plume of white, a stark contrast to the serenity of the setting. In the dim evening light, Butler wonders aloud why he always believed in things that never came to pass, his silhouette casting a long shadow across the decorated room. Reina watches calmly, the large cup before her acting as a barrier. She remains a portrait of restraint amidst the unfolding events. Ren's expression hardens as she conveys a sense of resignation, acknowledging that her words have no bearing on their reality. Finally, as the butler pours the tea, he delivers a relay message, a simple greeting and inquiry into someone's well-being, an attempt to bridge the gap of their current rift. Reina, with striking pink hair, sits leisurely, her hands cupped around her cup. She wonders aloud what might happen if she were caught in the gang's hideout, a notion that seems to amuse her as much as the tea she's befuddled by. A close-up reveals the character, brows furrowed and dripping with sweat, clearly anxious about Ren's hypothetical scenario. The anxiety is palpable, suggesting a deep concern for Ren's safety or reputation. Rena assures with a casual remark, a sly smile on her face, deflecting the tension with her playful curiosity about the gang situation, diffusing the concern that had been building. In a moment of calm, Rena sips her tea, sky after sky a canvas of calm. The act is simple, but it carries the weight of the previous conversation as it remains composed. The cup protrudes dangerously beyond the edge of the table, its precarious position a silent but powerful metaphor for the situation Ren finds himself in, balancing danger and well-being. Rena and her husband are caught in a stunning descent, their bodies parallel to the ground far below. The unexpected fall speaks volumes about the sudden shifts in Rena's world. The cat-eared maid enters the scene, her expression one of surprise. She hadn't expected Rena to return so soon, and her face reflects her surprise and perhaps a hint of worry. Inside the bathroom, the maid reaches out to Ren, who splashes water on her face. Whether seeking solace or simply washing away worries, the gesture is a moment of vulnerability. Sitting on the wet floor, Ren's laughter echoes off the walls, a sign that even after the shock she finds a way to laugh, her spirit undamaged by circumstances. Rena, still grounded but ever playful, teases the maid about devouring all the bread, her words light-hearted despite the recent chaos. It's a teasing accusation that speaks to their familiar rapport. Rena, a girl with pink hair, looks sad and wonders if she could refuse a request from someone important. Her eyes are sad and reflective, indicating a deep sense of obligation. The atmosphere becomes dark and ominous as Rena lies on the ground, her eyes closed, motionless. The lyrics speak of a silent and powerful darkness, hinting at some kind of danger that could paralyze if ignored. Rena laughs, but the laughter seems forced and lacks joy. It is clear that something is wrong. Her behavior masks her true feelings with a facade of humor. The maid, with her expressive animal ears, is surprised by Ren's laughter, questioning what is wrong. She seems genuinely concerned, while Ren's laughter continues to sound hollow. In a lighter setting, the maid asks if Rena has met her father. Rena, sitting on the ground, informs her that a courtier has come instead, hinting at some aristocratic involvement in her plight. The maid explains that she went through a lot of trouble just to bring one note, but she felt it was very thorough. This suggests that a significant message was delivered with the note. As they discuss the contents of the note, the maid expresses her belief that the line about not using the father's absence to one's advantage speaks more of malice than of care. Rena ponders the phrase, "parental loss means wounding." She interprets this as a possible expression of concern, suggesting that the writer may still care about unity. In a moment of vulnerability, Rena is willing to believe that the sender of the note feels some guilt, even if it's not much, showing her a desire for emotional connection and understanding. Finally, the maid looks at Rena with a mixture of hope and skepticism, wondering if she really believes the words. She implies that there is a slim chance that the words are sincere, reflecting the one-in-a-million hope. Rena, with pink hair, expresses her disappointment and sense of defeat, saying that this is why she was enlightened, but then felt like she was being attacked. Rena stands elegantly in a luxurious room, her gaze directed to the side, reflecting on past events with a mix of wonder and contemplation in her eyes. In a light moment, Rena throws her head back in laughter, sharing a funny tale about trying to pass gas in a restrained manner, comparing her defeat to the side that is cornered. The maid is confused and questions what she should cook next, her expression a combination of confusion and eagerness to please. Rena gracefully reclines on a chaise longue, talking to her servant about someone's efforts that were so sincere she couldn't refuse them, and she adds that in this case, there is no risk of death. The maid, surprised and worried, mutters to herself, wondering if someone doesn't die. Her mind lags as she contemplates the gravity of the situation. Rena bursts into laughter, holding her stomach as the uncontrollable fit consumes her, her body shaking with each smile, and the maid looks on, confused. Rena reassures her worried servant, stating that they will most likely come to check on her condition tomorrow, her tone reassuring but firm. With a serious expression, Rena advises her maid that it is important to visit and say goodbye for the first time, implying that a different approach is needed. Rena ponders the possibility of someone being the killer, her face stoic but revealing a hint of underlying tension. Rena, standing with her lively friend by the neatly made bed, discusses their dream. Her friend wonders aloud where Reina and the mythical creatures, the ponies, should rest for the night. In another room, Reina confronts the idea of loneliness, her wide-open eyes betraying a sense of fear. She questions the assumption that she lives alone, emphasizing her tender age and apparent unpreparedness for such responsibility. The scene shifts to a moment of calm as Reina cradles herself gently in her companion's arms. She is reminded that life's challenges are best met with simplicity, and that a simple smile can be a balm to the soul. Under the blue hue of night, Reina lies in bed in feverish discomfort, suspecting that the meal has gone wrong. She expresses her distress, wondering if the egg she consumed earlier is the cause of her current suffering. Reina, now sitting up in bed, enveloped in darkness and feeling completely ill, clutches her stomach. Her face is carved with the agony of her illness, and she shivers with the cold of her fever. Staring thoughtfully out the window, Reina searches for answers or perhaps escape in the starlit sky. The silence of the night envelops her, creating a quiet backdrop for her thoughts. Watching the distant sounds of celebration, Reina stands apart from the revelry. Musical notes drift by, symbolizing a joy that seems beyond her reach, and she ponders the irony of the joyous scene. Reina contemplates another life where she doesn't have to endure the loneliness that accompanies her current state, a reflection shaped by her father's past decisions. In her somber reflections, Reina recognizes the need to participate in the celebration rather than isolate herself, a realization that contrasts sharply with her previous desire for solitude. Reina stands alone, looking out at the building, enlivened by music and celebration. The melody reaches her, but her somber expression reveals a detachment from the joy that surrounds her, a poignant mixture of longing and reflection. Reina, her pink hair flowing back, is anxiously aware of the elegant gates on a rainy night. A neon sign expresses her frustration. Why? Looking out into the night garden, Reina ponders the popular belief that such a place is perfect for secret rendezvous. She stands thoughtfully, her long hair falling down her back. The close-up shows Reina's eyes, wide with shock and reflecting a cascade of emotions, as if she had witnessed something unexpected and poignant. In a calmer setting, Reina, now with cat ears, looks surprised during the conversation and offers to pay more for the task next time. Faced with the unexpected presence, Reina's expression is alarmed. She stands under the night sky entangled in vines, with a cautious stance. "Already?" Reina gasps, her face marked with anxiety. She seems caught off guard, her body language a mix of hesitation and readiness. In a vivid close-up, Reina's face is a portrait of mixed emotions, her eyes wide, her mouth slightly open, as if she had just spoken or screamed. Finally, Reina looks up, a question in her eyes. "Mr. Rin?" she asks, facing the man, framed by the bright night and bright flowers. Reina turns to the man in military uniform in the night gazebo in surprise, calling him by name. Alone, Reina worries about forgetting to bring something seemingly important, her face a mixture of regret and worry. Reina is surprised when her husband calmly mentions safety, suggesting they can do without whatever was forgotten. Lost in a blissful dream, Reina smiles to herself, her cheeks glowing with happiness in the evening light. Reina remarks to her husband that their meeting took place earlier than she expected, and he confirms with a reserved attitude. Reflecting on the passage of time, the man remarks to Rennie that he has changed a lot, his face showing introspection. As the evening grows colder, Reina asks the man about his comfort, and he admits after a moment that he is indeed cold. Shining with new strength, Reina exclaims that she is ready to face whatever comes next, her enthusiasm shining brightly. Together, Reina and her husband are ready for what lies ahead, their expressions showing a combination of determination and anticipation. In a moment alone, Reina, looking hopeful and determined, declares that it is time to rejoin the fight, ready for action. Reina stands under the night sky, her eyes wide with surprise, reacting to something off-screen. In a quiet night setting, Reina, with pink hair, is accompanied by a somber young man in a white military-style jacket. Reina, smiling shyly, ponders some thought alone, her expression soft and understanding. Reina reassuringly tells the young man that almost everything is known, her gaze is calm and her posture is relaxed. The couple stands together in a moment of silence, the atmosphere tense with unspoken words. They walk side by side along the cobblestones. The man doubts Rena's search for a meeting with Rubal. Rena notices her husband's keen interest in her affairs, her indecipherable expression, but her firm position. The text, focusing on the man's boots, emphasizes his mysterious nature, as he reveals nothing about himself. The man reveals that he is from the eastern lands, hinting at a complicated relationship with Rena's father, who leaned toward the north. Rena looks surprised and self-absorbed, her large eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions as she contemplates the situation. Rena, looking down, asks if the man's secret actions were also done for her sake, hinting at complex motives lurking beneath the surface. The man looks confused as Rena expresses a desire to disappear, showing her inner turmoil. Rena confesses that she sought an encounter with death, her sadness subtly conveyed through her downcast eyes and the soft grip on her clothes. Standing in the moonlight, Rena declares that she does not exist at this moment, enveloped in an ethereal glow that emphasizes the seriousness of her words. As Rena turns away, she reflects on her complete disappearance from this world and her existence, which seems more real in death than in life. With a gentle smile, Rena looks up at the night sky, perhaps finding solace in the stars above. Despite the apparent calm of the night, Rena admits that she failed to meet anyone, which suggests a lost connection or responsibility. The man watches Rena with amazement and insight, reflecting on the vulnerability of the timid and the aloofness of the strong. Under the night sky, a girl named Rena with pink hair stands, looking up, her expression hidden, showing a combination of tenderness and resilience. A conversation unfolds between Rena and the man in formal uniform under the stars. He talks about traveling east if a marquis opposes her, to which she responds with interest. Rena stands with her husband in uniform, revealing her height and presence. She sees him as undervalued, a pawn-turned-player, his status seemingly elevated. Rena's gaze meets the viewers as she playfully ponders whether to address him with a noble title during their next encounter, hinting at a significant shift in their dynamic. The man wipes a tear from his eye, moved by Rena's insight and kindness, which reflects her sensitive nature and his own vulnerability. As they stand side by side against the night, the man asks how he should address Rena during their future encounters, indicating a growing familiarity between them. With the night as a witness, Rena suggests a more intimate way of addressing them, suggesting they use their names when alone as a sign of closeness. Rena smiles softly, introducing herself as Rena, a simple act that personalizes and deepens the bond between them. The man is stunned, his face a canvas of surprise and contemplation as he considers Rena's request and the growing intimacy it implies. He confesses to his habit of taking night walks to clear his mind, sharing a personal detail that invites a deeper understanding of his character. In a nighttime setting, Rena utters a surprised, "What?" against the backdrop of a starry sky. The young man responds with a casual demeanor, simply stating, "I just said so." The moon illuminates the scene, creating an air of mystery. Rena closes her eyes and smiles contentedly, the word "he" floating beside her, hinting at her amusement or perhaps an inside joke. The man and Rena share a moment, both expressing their fondness for nighttime walks, suggesting a common ground between them. The focus shifts to a grand mansion, and the text hints at someone's arrival or presence, creating a sense of anticipation or foreboding. At dawn, an older gentleman delivers a letter to a respectable man who appears to carry important news. The man reading the letter frowns, his expression tense, implying that the contents of the letter are disturbing or unexpected. A conversation begins between an elderly man and a gentleman, where a past event is recalled, seemingly full of intrigue and mystery. The man stands facing the window, the older man doubts his scrupulousness. The gentleman assures that there will be no problems this time, demonstrating his determination. Finally, the gentleman reflects on Rena's invitation by the hero from the southern lands, reflecting on the personal nature of this gesture, setting the stage for a grand story. The noble gentleman, visibly concerned, exclaims that the woman, Rena, was an honored guest, worthy of his host's acceptance. However, he asks why she arrived alone yesterday, hinting at a mystery or problem. The scene shifts to see Rena apologizing to the man, who is now holding a piece of paper, likely an invitation or message, hinting at a formal interaction or important exchange of information. Rena's father, with narrowed eyes and a determined look, thinks to himself that he wanted to see how she would react, indicating a planned confrontation or test of character. The story takes a dramatic turn as Rena, holding two crossed swords for protection, stands against the dark figures, the text alluding to a game, an entry barrier, and an attempted poisoning, unfolding a story of intrigue and betrayal. In the background, a man is shown looking out the window, noting that Rena has become bolder, suggesting a reunion after a period of growth or change, hinting at the evolution of Rena's character. The ornate palace, bathed in sunlight, is described as the residence of heroes from the southern lands, setting a grand and perhaps political stage for the unfolding events. In the royal office, a man ponders deeply over documents, mumbling thoughtfully, hinting at a difficult decision or problem he is facing. Rena arrives with a young girl at the door, the latter excitedly announcing their arrival, indicating a new stage or arrival at an important place in history. Finally, Rena greets someone by commenting on their rest last night, perhaps hinting at concerns or shared experiences from the previous night, offering a personal take on the unfolding events. In an elegant room filled with sunlight, a distinguished man in military garb looks up from his letter in surprise, wondering if a person named Ames has arrived. In a spacious hallway, a maid with cat ears stands next to a woman named Rena, expressing her amazement at the eternal ability of someone named Richard to amaze. Sitting at his desk, the man now identified as Richard muses aloud about not being informed of the visit, asking why he was able to see the Marquis of Rubelio yesterday without telling him. Against the backdrop of warm daylight streaming through the windows, Rena stands humbly before Richard, head bowed, apologizing for not greeting him upon his arrival. Richard holds his glasses tightly, a look of disappointment on his face. He dismisses the need for an apology, pointing to a much more serious problem that needs his attention. Commanding the room, Richard, with a serious expression on his face, searches for an explanation as to why a well-paid mercenary would betray his trust, hinting at a deep betrayal. Under the starry sky, Rena stands with a conflicted expression, holding a dialogue box that asks if her friend in the coat has appeared. The bleak narrative reveals a centuries-old war against the undead in the southern lands against the backdrop of a bleak battlefield with red hues. The root of this conflict is revealed. The dead are disturbed by sounds. We see emaciated bodies reduced to bones, sliding across the ground, creating a cold atmosphere. A terrifying undead creature lunges forward, its eyes glowing menacingly. This climactic moment embodies the terror of the undead suddenly agitated. A warrior stands on a red sky battlefield, clutching a huge sword, surrounded by silhouettes of fighters, embodying calm before a storm of violence. A battle-weary figure strikes a ghostly foe, their cloak billowing, and the action is captured in a freeze frame of valor and violence against a backdrop of chaos. The commander's graying face is marked by a mixture of fear and determination. Words frame his expression, speaking of an inevitable defeat, accepted with a heavy heart. With the sky bleeding red, the knight stands solemnly over his fallen comrade, contemplating the end of it all, his silhouette contrasting starkly with the chaos behind. Kneeling in defeat, the commander looks weary, his voice expressing resignation to fate and the heavy burden of leadership in the relentless tide of war. In an instant, a miracle flashes forth, bathing the commander in an ethereal radiance, as if death itself had been stopped by an unforeseen force. The warrior is engulfed in a vortex of crimson energy, an imagined transformation or calling that swirls with the potential to turn the tide. Only on this precipice of defeat does the warrior recognize the true face of his opponent amidst the swirl of red, a revelation in the heat of battle. Returning to the light of day, the commander, now in his majestic uniform, asks for a report, his face a map of wars endured and hard-won peace. The moment of reckoning comes beneath a shroud of fire where a hidden eye is revealed, a shining sphere of power or insight revealed in the crucible of battle. Rena stands amidst a swirl of coals, her eyes wide with apprehension as the text asks if she is a woman. A close-up of Ren from the side with a tear rolling down her cheek, purring hesitantly, conveys the emotional weight of the moment. Rena emphatically states that she has never posed as a man, and her maid confirms that her clothing is simply an accident. The authoritative older man acknowledges Rena's statement, his face dotted with the wrinkles of experience echoing her sentiments. The man at the decorated table, with a look of surprise on his face, wonders if Rena's identity might be a problem. With a steely gaze, Rena corrects the assumptions, emphasizing her identity and rejecting any confusion with a man. Confronted by an official, Rena is questioned about her quest to meet with the northern ruler, speculating on her connection to them. Rena claims to be the daughter of a northern ruler, her posture radiating dignity and a noble essence. The man leans forward, realizing that this is a complicated story, and decides to refrain from further questions. Full of determination, Rena declares her willingness to uncover the mysteries surrounding the Northern Territories. A senior military man in uniform sternly confronts someone, challenging their plans and questioning their understanding of his position. Pink-haired Rena smiles thinly, contentedly, making it clear that she has a secret or a plan she is happy with. In a softer setting, Rena offers protection, her promise shrouded in the tenderness of flowers, and the maid beside her looks at her with admiration. A man dressed in his royal robes is wary of the proposal to unite with the Northern Territories, his face skeptical. Rena gleefully rejects the offer to side with the weak, her frivolity reflected in her servant's enthusiastic agreement. The man sits thoughtfully in his office, demonstrating a willingness to use each other for mutual benefit, albeit with an awareness of potential danger. Rena, poised and confident, recalls their agreement, her eyes reflecting deep determination. The child informs Ren of the resurrection of the Grand's empire, gratitude radiating from her raised hands. The story reveals a rebuilt kingdom on the territory of the once-destroyed Kingdom of Grands, with the capital as the heart of this renaissance. A pensive young man stands in the shadows, his noble but unrecognized origins from a defeated eastern region, denying him imperial honors, hinting at a deeper backstory of lost rights and aspirations. A character with long white hair and a gentle expression sits calmly, dressed in royal white and yellow clothing. The elaborate text frames around tell of the western lands, where the hero, having suffered losses in war, moves into a leading role in the capital. A stately old man with silver hair and a blue and white uniform represents the southern lands. The accompanying text tells of the hero's tireless efforts to prevent war, using sleeping soldiers to ensure life and victory. A grim man with dark hair, dressed in a red military uniform, represents the Northlands. The story mentions that he inherited the title after a hero's fall in battle, his anticipation of the end of the war coloring his stern appearance. Viewed from above, the meeting room, with its distinctive octagonal table, contains figures from the west, the north, and a cardinal. This scene suggests a significant council is taking place among regional leaders. A white-haired character asks about the details of a scandalous night, the subject of widespread gossip. They sit surrounded by luxurious decor, exuding a combination of poise and curiosity. The dialogue unfolds as the older man is probed about his decision to use a girl to inherit a title, a choice that seems to intrigue and puzzle the questioner. A tense discussion ensues as the dark-haired man criticizes the use of the girl to obtain an inheritance, comparing it to a disgusting tactic. The revelation is startling when the elderly man discovers that the events were deliberately orchestrated to force the North to acknowledge the child and reconsider its position, revealing a layer of strategic foresight. The dark-haired man ponders the justification for an act that could change the North's position, hinting at the consequences and complex political maneuvering. A charged moment comes with the older man's authoritative statement that limits have been crossed, indicating a potential breach of protocol or strategy. In a dimly lit room with lightning flashing outside, an older man in military uniform reprimands a younger man sitting at a table for raising his voice, suggesting that he protect his reputation. The younger man responds casually, noting that such serious matters will not end well. In a well-lit room, a character in a white coat playfully points out that no one invited the Eastern hero to the talks, hinting at a possible oversight or deliberate exclusion. At the negotiating table, a senior military officer criticizes the Eastern hero, calling him unworthy of his rank and expressing contempt for him. The young man sitting there agrees, saying there's nothing to talk about with him. The character in white seems relieved and content, thinking to himself that he has successfully changed the subject, standing against a bright, patterned background that creates a cheerful atmosphere. The scene changes abruptly as the door is flung open, shown from a low angle, emphasizing the abrupt and forceful entrance of someone or something disturbing the peace. The man in white appears shocked and saddened, covering his face with his hands, while another figure stands calmly behind them, hinting at a stunning discovery or event. A figure in a dark cloak stands by a door that is slightly ajar, with light shining through it, creating a stark contrast. They look surprised and confused as they look at someone outside the panel. The same character in white lies on the floor, as if tripped or pushed, while a figure in a dark cloak looms over them, indicating a sudden and possibly aggressive turn of events. A figure in a dark cloak stands imperiously in a room with others seated around a hexagonal table, asking if they ordered the person on the floor to be quiet, which could indicate a conflict of authority or misunderstanding. Finally, a character in white stands by the door, thoughtfully touching their cheek, and speaks, perhaps reflecting on the situation or addressing someone's arrival or personality. In the dramatic scene, Rin, a man with short black hair, looks shocked as he loudly exclaims about the secret gathering, his voice carrying off the walls. Rin stands confidently, questioning someone lying beneath his foot about their keen interest in the discussion, indicating an imbalance of power. An older gentleman dressed in blue and gold military regalia sternly reprimands someone for their lack of manners, hinting at the expectations of high society. Sitting casually with his legs propped up, Rin sarcastically questions the logic of the mice metaphor, holding a secret meeting and then worrying about manners. A high-ranking military man with a stern expression shouts across the eternal sands of the eastern lands, showing great excitement or perhaps reprimanding someone. Rin looks upset, holding his hand to his head, hinting at regret, worry, or a headache, perhaps due to the tense situation unfolding around him. During the meeting, Rin insists that he will tolerate nothing more and offers to go first, setting a tone of defiance or leadership. The man in the red and black uniform stands up, announcing his return, which seems to be a response to Rin's previous statement, indicating a shared understanding or agreement. A white-haired man sits at a meeting table with a thoughtful or pensive expression, making an optional sound that could indicate hesitation or deep thought. Finally, the white-haired man praises Rin for his behavior, suggesting that it is befitting a hero, to which Rin, still sitting casually, agrees with a hint of sarcasm or modesty. Rin sits relaxed in his large office, his feet propped up on the desk, silently contemplating. The room is spacious and luxuriously decorated, belying his high status. Walking alongside another uniformed man through a luxurious corridor, Rin appears in conversation, his companion listening intently. The grandeur of their surroundings emphasizes their importance. Rin, dressed in a dark, elegant uniform with fur trim, orders someone to leave, his voice commanding and final. The other person, bowing their head in defeat or respect, obeys without protest. Standing alone against the backdrop of the ornate double doors, Rin seems pensive and isolated. The silence of the hallway envelops him, reinforcing his lonely state. A close-up of Rin's youthful features, a mixture of determination and softness in his expression, is visible. The light casts a glow around him, hinting at a moment of realization or epiphany. An elderly man with stern features and military uniform reflects on his age and the burden it brings. His face reflects a lifetime of duty and hope. Rin, depicted in profile, is engulfed in shadows, his face marked by a moment of vulnerability or humility. The simplicity of the shot emphasizes his inner struggle. Lying in bed, Rin's body language suggests weary acceptance, his words hinting at the superiority of caution over recklessness. He is enveloped in a blue light that casts an otherworldly glow. Rin looks up and sees a girl with pink eyes and long hair, an unexpected guest who seems important to him. The surprise and connection between them is palpable in his upward gaze. Finally, the same stern old man appears, indignant, perhaps insulted. His pride is evident, as is his contempt for those who have challenged him. Rin lies in the darkness, his face a look of anguish. He whispers, "Ugh," as if in pain or defeat. It's a somber moment that conveys his struggle. In a large corridor flooded with sunlight, an elegant clock indicates that there is an hour left before the hero's negotiations begin. The setting suggests a period of calm before important processes. Reina's maid, a girl with distinctive beast-like ears, proclaims her refusal to be left behind by puffing out her cheeks, combining frustration and determination. Her dialogue reveals a strong-willed personality. As she leaves, the maid expresses her displeasure at being used as a cover and now tries to maintain a facade by allowing a glimpse into her dissatisfaction with the current situation or hierarchy. The maid is startled by something she finds on the floor and exclaims in surprise. This unexpected discovery seems to break the seriousness of the moment. The object of her attention is an invitation to an imperial ball. The luxurious and intricate design of the invitation suggests the grandeur and importance of the event. Reina reads the invitation with a stunned expression on her face, noting that the sender's name is not mentioned. This detail adds a layer of mystery and perhaps a foreshadowing of the upcoming ball. Reina asks the servant if she was the one who brought the invitation, to which the servant seems to confirm with a hint of excitement and pride at being involved in such an important cause. The servant, clearly delighted, asks Reina if this isn't a wonderful development, her face glowing with emotion. Her enthusiasm suggests that she sees the invitation as a positive and potentially exciting opportunity. Reina's face hardens with suspicion, the red glow in her eyes intensifying as she declares they are being checked. This signifies underlying tension and the possibility of hidden agendas. In a grand, luxurious hallway, Reina, a girl with pink hair, holds an envelope. She internally reflects on her anonymity in the imperial court and believes that if the sender had sinister intentions, they would seek her out personally to challenge her status. In the same hallway, Reina, her hair pulled back and dressed in a blue and white dress, receives a letter from a petite maid with dark hair and a black and white uniform. The maid notes that the letter is a test of Reina's recognition by the upper echelons of society. The maid, with wide eyes and open mouth, reacts with shock at being called a newbie. Her surprised exclamation fills the panel, expressing her disbelief. Reina is seen in the background, in a flowing blue dress, casually tossing aside the letter. She reflects on the others' impudence, assuming they perceive her as alienated if she ignores the invitation. Accompanied by a blond man in a formal blue suit, Reina contemplates how attending a ball with her partner could lead to reckoning on her part. They are both depicted as refined and poised. The dark-haired maid confronts Reina with a hypothetical scenario of choosing sides in a conflict, asking about Reina's possible actions in such a situation, suggesting a deeper strategic layer to their lives. Reina, looking serious, asks for a specific dress from someone out of sight. Her serious expression suggests the importance of the request. The maid looks at Reina in the brightly lit room, considering the dress to be the key to their safety, implying that the outfit matters more than appearance. Reina admires the luxurious white dress decorated with light blue flowers and roses, contemplating accentuating its elegance with bright colors. In the final look, the focus is on the hem of the dress, showcasing its detailed floral embroidery and exquisite white shoes adorned with flowers, highlighting the meticulous care and craftsmanship in Reina's appearance. In a grand and elegant room, a majestic chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting a soft, warm glow. The light reflects off what appears to be a luxurious curtain draped behind it, creating an atmosphere of opulence and comfort. Under the soft light of the chandeliers, Reina stands in the doorway. With her back turned to the viewer, she gazes into the brightly lit space, her pink hair adorned with delicate flowers, hinting at an elegant and important event. Reina can be seen up close, her eyes wide with an intense gaze. She is staring at a lacy fan, her hair arranged in flowers that match the intricate patterns of the fan. There is a sense of anticipation in her expression, as if she is waiting for something or someone in this lavish gathering. In a room full of gentlemen in fine attire, one stands out when he sees something or someone beyond the panel. The word "wow" escapes him, indicating a moment of astonishment or admiration, perhaps caused by a magical sight or event. Reina is depicted in her full glory, dressed in an exquisite white gown adorned with lace and floral embellishments. She gracefully holds her fan, embodying elegance and beauty, poised as if she were the center of attention at this remarkable event. In a grand ballroom glowing with golden light, a silhouetted figure stands elegantly, basking on the last day of the ball, seemingly at peace amidst grandeur. Amidst the luxurious surroundings, two women enjoy an elevated mood. One, dressed in a yellow dress, exclaims the talented beauty of her master, considering her nothing less than divine. A silver-haired gentleman dressed in elaborate robes sits with a satisfied smile, one hand on the shoulder of the woman next to him, both holding glasses, perhaps toasting the occasion. With an air of intrigue, the same gray-haired man asks if any ladies will be coming to this event, his eyes shining with anticipation. Even if another woman doesn't come, the crowd is already buzzing with speculation about how she will enter, excited murmurs filling the dark corner of the room. The silver-haired man listens to a compliment about the festivity of the day, noting that thanks to Mr. Ruby, the ball promises to be quite interesting. A lady in a dark, elegant dress leaned against a companion, holding a glass of champagne in her hands, the hissing sound complementing the lively chatter around her. The crowd's anticipation grows as they spot the expected arrival, their collective breath caught in the moment of recognition. Stepping into the bright light of the entrance, Rena arrives, drawing all eyes to her. The light spills around her, creating a scene of dramatic entrance. Rena stands in the doorway, her presence commanding attention. With her pink hair and elegant dress, she commands the attention of the room, her elegance unmistakable. A woman's stride, balanced and graceful, reveals an elegant atmosphere. Her shoes emphasize her anticipation. Rena, standing at the altar, becomes the shining center of the event, surrounded by the warm glow of the audience's attention. Rena's face, captured in a moment of determination, reflects the depth of her emotional journey. Looking down, Rena stands aloof, her mere presence causing a silent awe in the room. The gentleman under the stars asks a teasing question to Rena, his casual stance belying the weight of his words. Rena's surprised look says a lot, betraying a rush of thoughts provoked by the night's events. Laughter and jokes paint a scene of light mockery as Rena's lonely arrival becomes a topic of conversation. Amidst the whispered judgments, the voice of a viewer cuts through, criticizing Rena's understanding of social niceties. In profile, Rena's reserved demeanor contrasts sharply with the grandeur that surrounds her. The change in the man's face signals a change in the atmosphere of the evening, hinting at the unfolding drama. Rena, with her striking pink hair, exudes an aura of mystery as she looks to the side, her gaze partially hidden by her bangs. Surrounded by a crowd of elegant partygoers, Rena stands out with her elegantly styled pink hair and has an expression of anticipation when someone exclaims in surprise. Amidst the crimson haze, the man's expression is tense. He seems to doubt Rena's success, with a hint of doubt in his words. In the great hall, Rena stands level, her dress as magnificent as her posture. She hides a meaningful smile behind her fan, which adds to her allure. Sitting in deep thought, the man strategizes his next move in the game. His contemplative state suggests that his mind is preoccupied with complex plans. The man questions himself about Rena's loneliness, hinting at the deeper context of her situation. Rena looks out over the grand ballroom, its elegance unmatched, when she sees someone in the crowd who catches her eye. In the middle of an emotional moment, the woman's expression changes to one of sadness, and her body language suggests that she is shocked by the accusation. Rena sighs softly behind her delicate fan. You can sense her contemplation, perhaps about the location of something or someone important. In the close-up, Rena's face displays a mixture of emotions, her eyes sharp yet contemplative, as if she is internally questioning an interesting topic. In an emotional scene, Jika looks sad, her eyes are filled with tears, and the single word, unfortunately, evokes deep despair. At the grand event, Rena looks on in shock, her posture tense and her mouth open, as if in mid-sentence, the word bitch flies from her lips, indicating a sudden and profound upset. Caught in a moment of realization, the silver-haired gentleman clasps his hands together, his wide eyes and open mouth, accompanied by his words, "What? Is that all it takes?" Swing reflect his surprise and perhaps revelation. With a pained expression, the same man covers his face. The word, "Ha! I'm losing my mind," floating above, revealing his inner turmoil and the seriousness of the unfolding situation. In the close-up, the man covers his mouth, his eyes wide in shock. The single exclamation of "ha" represents a moment of intense surprise or disbelief. Rina is depicted in a wedding dress with solemn determination. Her eyes, glowing a fiery pink hue, betray her strong emotions. A close-up shows a surprised character with silver hair and a determined look, who seems to be in the midst of a dramatic revelation. The scene opens with a grand setting where a girl with pink hair, Rina, stands before a man seated in royal attire, commanding the attention of the shadowed audience. In a bright, luxurious room, a woman in green confronts Rina, indignantly declaring that she is unworthy of her social standing, while a man sitting next to her appears deep in thought. The man, now standing, gestures contemptuously, irritated by the situation, as the woman in green and the butler look on. A man with a beard bursts in, angrily demanding that Rina be excluded from the event, his face distorted with rage. Rina, sitting on the balcony, looks down as a bearded man reaches for her, concern on his face. The bearded man slips, falls on his back, and the audience looks on in shock while Rina looks down in surprise. The man lies on the ground, confused and angry, trying to understand what just happened. Rina holds up the invitation, her eyes wide with shock, hinting that she is indeed entitled to be at the event. In a lighter moment, the man laughs to himself, noting that no one seems to feel any real distress while the scene unfolds in the background. In a spacious, elaborately decorated room, a gray-haired character dressed in an elegant manner looks surprised and perhaps a little amused as he asks another, unseen character why they have been invited. The brown-haired figure, dressed in royal attire with a red coat, holds a flute of champagne with an air of casual elegance, presenting himself with a hint of mystery, just like Mr. Rubia. Rina stands alone in a large hall filled with golden light. She seems contemplative, perhaps even a little melancholy, as she notices that all the guests seem to have arrived, and that is enough. The same pink-haired woman, Rina, closes her eyes with a calm expression, thinking. She doesn't know who organized this gathering, but she is grateful because it allowed her to introduce herself. Startled, Rina turns sharply, her pink hair flying around her as she seems to recognize someone in the crowd. Her face shows shock and perhaps a hint of recognition. In an almost fairy tale moment, Rina sees a familiar face in the crowd, the mysterious Mr. Rubia. The lighting highlights his golden locks and red outfit, casting him in a dramatic light. Rina confronts Rubia, her expression a complex mix of emotions, perhaps gratitude mixed with a hint of sarcasm or bitterness as she thanks him for the invitation, hinting at a deeper history between them. Rubia, with his golden hair and eyes filled with unspoken emotion, gently holds Rina's hand. He seems to ask if she is leaving the event yet, with a subtle tone of concern or perhaps reluctance. The two of them, Rina and Rubia, stand together against a sparkling, starry backdrop that suggests a dance floor. Rina looks at him, stating that no one asked her to dance, to which Rubia regretfully replies that he must decline for today. Rina reacts with surprise, pulling away from Rubia as he reaches for her. Her eyes are wide and her posture tense, as if she is surprised by something unexpected or disturbing. Rina looks up, her expression a mix of confusion and shock as she considers the gentleman's harsh words. His statement hangs in the air, "If you leave now, you will live." Rina's eyes widen in disbelief at Ruvid's bold question, "Do you want to dance with me?" His words challenge her, demanding an answer. With a fierce scowl, Rina's thoughts are clear as she mentally criticizes Ruvid, thinking, "What's wrong with him?" Ruvid stands confidently in a crowd, his presence commanding attention. He is described as rough and brash, unfazed by the noise around him. Out of the corner of her eye, Rina notices Ruvid's destructive charisma, his very existence attracting everyone's attention. The figure questions Ruvid's audacity, wondering who this indifferent man could be, as Ruvid stands alone with an enigmatic smile. Amidst the grandeur of the ballroom, Ruvid's team cuts through the elegance. "Hey, bring the drinks!" With a fluid movement, Ruvid fills the glass, proposing a toast to the dance. The liquid dances in the light, hinting at the potential of the evening. Rina hesitates, her refusal to drink before the dance is soft but firm, expressed in a simple, "I don't want to." Ruvid leans in, his face a complex tapestry of emotion as he accepts Reina's refusal, whispering, "Okay, if you don't want to." His respect for her decision is evident in his watchful gaze. A surprised Reina is drenched by a stream of liquid from the cup above her as she contemplates the situation, surrounded by bubbles. Ruvid, smiling broadly, nonchalantly insists that one cannot refuse a drink offered by someone as great as himself. With a bright smile, Ruvid is elegantly dressed, presented as the younger brother of the northern hero, his eyes shining with mischief. Reina stands resolutely in her wedding dress, clutching her sword, determined to deal with the betrayal that has rocked the northern region. Ruvid's fingers delicately touch his exquisite brooch, a sly smile on his face as he silently creates his scheme. Leaning over, Ruvid teases Reina, playfully commenting on the situation, while Reina looks up at him, surprised and defensive. Reina looks scared, her eyes wide because something unexpected has happened, her mouth hanging open in mid-speech. Her expression turns to shock. A loud thud echoes around her. The details of her elegant dress are illuminated in the commotion. In the full-length portrait, Reina stands awkwardly, her wedding dress detailed and elegant as a hand reaches out and delicately touches the fabric. Ruvid stands with a toast, a sly smile on his face, casually mocking the situation with a rhetorical question about decency. As opulent chandeliers cast a soft glow over the grand hall, Reina stands alone on the balcony, her gaze lost in thought. Below, silhouettes gossip about her, their whispers filled with anticipation of the drama that will unfold. With a tear glistening on her cheek, Reina contemplates her next move alone. Should she cause a scandal on her birthday, as suggested, questioning her own intentions in a world where her every move is scrutinized? Amidst the festivities, Ruvid confidently holds a glass of champagne, contemplating hypothetical freedom. His stance exudes an effortless elegance, unwavering by the events unfolding around him. Reina looks dignified and composed, her delicate jewelry and soft pink hair contrasting with the emotional turmoil reflected in her eyes. She is the picture of grace under pressure. Ruvid's expression changes to one of shock. His eyes wide as he grabs the white glove, its meaning evident in his sudden terror. This unexpected twist pierces his composure. The tension between Reina and Ruvid is palpable as she resolutely rejects his gesture, her eyes lowered. The finality of the moment is heavy in the air. Looking from his position on stage, Ruvid maintains his composure despite the charged atmosphere. His gaze meets Reina's, each in their own silent conversation. Reina's swift departure symbolizes her final stand, her posture of defeated grace as she leaves behind a declaration of her independence, a farewell to the life she once knew. Reina, a girl with pink hair, stands by the window, looking thoughtful and melancholic. The text implies that something has gone wrong. But everything went wrong, it says, hinting that a plan or hope has failed. On the floor, hinting at an important event, perhaps a wedding, that has changed. A solemn Reina is seen in the snow, clutching her chest as if in distress. "I need to calm down. I can't be the way I was before," she says, indicating an internal struggle and desire for change. Reina is shocked to see a young maid in the reflection who exclaims in surprise, "Wow, you're earlier than I thought," suggesting an unexpected meeting. The servant reacts to a strong odor. "Ugh, it smells like alcohol," perhaps indicating a party or someone has been drinking heavily. A surprised maid asks the servant, "What's wrong with your appearance?" implying that the servant looks different or unexpected in some way. In a state of confusion, Reina begs for help to dress, saying, "Help me get dressed," and the servant, surprised, says, "Get dressed?" The maid expresses her discomfort with the words, "studs on the skin," but it takes a long time to change. Zrania demonstrating reluctance or difficulty with the process. Reina, holding her hair, looks distressed and orders, "Johnny, get the uniform ready," suggesting a sense of urgency and need for action. A grand fountain erupts in the middle of a luxurious mansion as Reina narrates, a river with white foam, swinging a dramatic and perhaps chaotic scene. In a lavishly decorated room, a silver-haired man looks tired and asks about another dish. Across from them, Ruvid, with golden braids, dryly hints at poison, bringing a touch of black humor to the conversation. They discuss someone's attempts at dressing up, with the silver-haired one finding it strange, while Ruvid casually dismisses it, pointing out that the effort may not be worth it. The silver-haired man suddenly looks startled, his gaze drawn to something or someone out of frame, suggesting an unexpected turn or unexpected arrival. A close-up of a gray-haired man's face shows wide eyes, emphasizing their surprise, capturing a moment of intrigue or anxiety. Ruvid, sitting firmly, utters "Rubia" with a mix of command and frustration, perhaps addressing someone or showing annoyance at the situation. With strained eyes, Ruvid orders to look in a certain direction, the expression of which conveys the urgency and seriousness of the unfolding situation. The appearance of Reina, with her pink hair and royal attire, suggests that a new, important character has arrived on the scene, one that could potentially change the dynamics of the event. A Ruvid with wide-open eyes is clearly surprised or confused, their face betraying an emotion that suggests an unexpected or disturbing development. Reina stands powerfully behind Ruvid, who sits in the foreground. This image emphasizes Reina's importance in the narrative, positioning her as an important figure. Finally, Ruvid, now alone and sitting, seems thoughtful or perhaps even frightened, hinting at a turn of events that has caused them to reconsider the situation. In the large ballroom, Reina, with her pink hair flowing and dressed in a blue military uniform, looks on with a hint of alarm. She asks if anyone wants to dance with her. Elsewhere in the ballroom, a man with long blonde hair, Ruvid, looks stunned and angry, speaking in a sharp tone. The scene shifts to a more intimate setting, where Reina, now extending her hand, pleads with Ruvid, who sits defiantly, refusing her offer to dance. Reina's face softens as she tries to convince Ruvid, who looks steadfast and unsure. The confrontation escalates when Reina grabs Ruvid's arm with a forceful movement as he tries to pull away. Ruvid's eyes widen at Reina's unexpected strength. A stunned murmur fills the room as Reina's confidence shines and Ruvid stumbles, caught off guard by Reina's determination. Reina, graceful yet strong, leads a reluctant Ruvid across the floor. Passers-by are stunned, asking where this modest girl found such strength. Reina's poise is evident, her eyes fixed on the goal, while Ruvid looks over her shoulder, defeated and confused. As Reina tightens her grip, Ruvid demands to be released, her face a mixture of anger and desperation. Reina's posture remains unwavering, her expression unassuming as she insists on dancing, determined to have it her way. Reina pins a struggling Ruvid in a dancing position, declaring that they will dance regardless of consent. Ruvid looks away, her resistance weakening under Reina's unwavering gaze as the opulent ballroom blurs around them. Among the circling dancers, the musician notes his own detachment from the event, feeling like he is not at his first ball and unable to fully immerse himself in the atmosphere, his violin an extension of his hesitation. Reina, spinning Ruvid around the floor, claims she would have made adjustments if she had known Ruvid didn't like rudeness. The room is bathed in golden light, Reina is beaming with triumph, and Ruvid seems like a stunned whirlwind. With a powerful move, Reina plunges Ruvid sharply. The room holds its breath as Reina's dominance in the dance is unquestioned. Ruvid's will bends under her powerful elegance, her defiance turns to surprise. In the warmly lit room, Reina looks at Ruvid with a mixture of confusion and concern as he passionately asks why they can't resolve their conflict, his eyes shining with intensity and his mouth set in a determined line. Standing in front of an elegant backdrop, Reina tries to reason with Ruvid, her hands gesturing expressively, suggesting they give each other space, and a look of desperation appears on her face, hoping to ease their shared worries. Golden hair frames an angry face, and Ruvid's eyes burn with resentment. He verbally lashes out at Reina, his voice ringing with betrayal as he accuses her of undermining him with her one-sided decisions. Amidst the great hall, Ruvid gestures dramatically, defying Reina's reluctance, his posture full of sense and arrogance while she stands beside him, her face expressing humility and faint mirth. Reina reaches out her hand gently to Ruvid, her touch uncertain but determined, as if she were offering a truce. The mood seems to soften, hinting at the golden light that bathes them both. From the side, Reina's profile stands out against the opulence of the great hall. She looks ahead with a slight smile, her red eyes reflecting the plan she has yet to unveil. Their hands are almost touching, a hair's breadth apart, the tension palpable in the space between them, the grandeur of their surroundings reflecting the significance of the moment. Caught in a tight embrace, Rena leans towards Ruvid, her eyes closed and her expression calm, as if she has found peace amidst the chaos. Frightened, Ruvid stares at Rena, surprised. His wide eyes and dropped jaw convey his shock as he lies vulnerable under her gaze. In the close-up of Rena, you can see the mischievous glint in her eyes, the smile playing on her lips as she looks at Ruvid, enjoying the unexpected twist in their dynamic. In the grand ballroom, Rena and Ruvid engage in an elegant dance. Rena leans back gracefully, Ruvid supporting her, both lost in the moment. Ruvid, with a menacing smile, warns Rena not to remove her hand, threatening to send her to another world, illustrating the sinister undertone of their dance. Rena looks closely at Ruvid with a refined and gentle expression, her eyes conveying a mixture of emotions as they continue to communicate. With a tone of respect, Ruvid addresses Rena, thanking her for the dance and expressing how much he enjoyed it, revealing the formal and polite side of their meeting. Ruvid is shown stunned, his hand on his chest as if he has experienced an unexpected sensation, his eyes wide open with an expression of surprise and intrigue. A close-up of Ruvid's hand shows redness, indicating a mysterious and perhaps painful encounter, the expression on his face one of confusion and concern. With a tense look, Ruvid can be seen abruptly reaching out, his face conveying a sense of urgency or reaching for something that is simply beyond his reach. A swift movement depicts Ruvid taking Rena in his arms, his cloak billowing around them, signifying a protective or perhaps urgent action. Rena covers her mouth with her hand in shock or disbelief, her eyes wide as she takes in the sudden, startling development. Ruvid stands in disbelief, his eyes a mixture of confusion and realization, as if an important truth had just dawned on him. Rena, with a slight smile and an elegant hand resting next to her face, remains calm. The dialogue bubble shows her cool confidence, declaring, "I see you haven't figured it out yet." Standing tall in the great hall, Rena looks stunned, her eyes wide and her mouth slightly open. A dynamic purple checkmark frames her surprise, emphasizing her sudden shock. Rena looks out to the horizon, her posture erect but hinting at disappointment. These words convey a sense of dashed expectations. Indeed, the long-awaited event that everyone was eagerly waiting for has collapsed. Ruvid is seen kneeling on the ground, his figure collapsed in defeat against a backdrop of golden hues. The fall of a man once highly respected is palpable. Up close, Rena's face is a mixture of smugness and triumph. She declares with a smile, "Instead of applause, he gets the cold shoulder from society," signifying a dramatic turn of events. Rena kneels, overcome with emotion, her long pink hair covering her face. Ruvid stands in the background, looking at her with anxiety, the bright red of his uniform standing out brightly against the soft glow surrounding them. Ruvid looks startled, staring at something off-screen with a hint of anxiety on his face. His expression contrasts with the serene background, the rich blue of his uniform visible against the darker sky. Two hands clasp together, creating a small flash of light. The sound, "Ha!" is exclaimed, signifying either a sudden realization or a reaction to an unexpected event. The figure in the background is laughing heartily, her white attire and carefree pose contrasting with the elegant surroundings. The dialogue suggests that they are amused by the situation unfolding before them. Rena, already on her feet, exclaims, "Wonderful!" with a mixture of surprise and admiration as she watches the spectacle in the frame. Her figure is poised and dynamic, the lighting giving her a heroic silhouette. Electricity crackles around Ruvid, who appears defeated on the floor. His figure is enveloped in a red aura, suggesting a tense battle or a surge of power, while Rena watches from afar. Ruvid, now energized, stands amidst the flames and floating debris, determination surrounding him. The scene conveys a pivotal moment of action and power. Rena prepares, surrounded by an energetic explosion, uttering, "This is it," signaling a critical moment or opening. A figure in white clothes gestures carelessly, saying, "It seems our prince has truly awakened." They seem cheerful, watching the events unfold with a knowing smile. Ruvid, engulfed in fiery energy, screams in agony or tension. His pain or effort is palpable as he is stunned by the force that consumes him. Rena watches, her eyes wide and shining, as Ruvid stands before her, filled with divine power. Pain and determination intertwine on his face. In a red and black vision, Ruvid is enveloped in divine power, returning from the abyss with newfound strength. Standing above a mountain of defeated enemies, Rena explores the world she saved with the power gained during her trials. Rena is depicted with a calm expression, her divine power flowing in a gentle stream, a gift from her difficult time. The youngest brother, Ruvid, continuing the legacy of the northern hero, inherits divine power and receives the right to wield power. Addressing Rena, Ruvid states that he left her one eye as a reminder, the loss reflected in his own gaze. Rena's eyes are calm and determined, a stark contrast to the chaos that erupts around her as Ruvid unleashes his rage. Amidst the great hall, Ruvid stands tall, his presence commanding attention as he proclaims his intention to begin a duel. Ruvid confronts Rennie, his anger palpable against the setting sun. Rena's confusion subsides instantly, a moment of peace amidst the luxury of the grand ballroom. Rena looks on with a thoughtful expression, her eyes reflecting a deep shade of red. The text prompt above hints at her curiosity as she inquires about the cause of an uncertain situation. Rena looks surprised, her wide eyes and slightly open mouth conveying her astonishment. She stands in elegant attire adorned with medals, which contrasts sharply with her astonished demeanor. A stern man dressed in formal attire issuing a firm directive. He orders the day's events to be over and it is time for Rena to return, indicating a position of authority. A quiet exchange of thoughts follows as Rena accepts her husband's instructions, realizing it is time to cease her activities. The man, who is called the prince, stands with his back to us, reinforcing his order. In a wider angle, Rena is shown from behind, standing in front of the prince, who is talking to a man with blonde hair. The setting looks like a stately mansion, emphasizing the formality of their interaction. The close-up of the prince's profile shows his concentration and determination as he looks into the distance. His elegant attire speaks to his status and the serious atmosphere of the conversation. Rena calls out softly, probably to the prince, looking at him from a lower angle. Her expression is gentle, contrasting with the sharp formality of the surroundings. The couple, Rena and the prince, walk side by side, though not in stride. Their postures suggest a formal relationship, with the prince leading the way. In a somber moment, Rena bows her head in submission, with the silhouette of the prince visible in the background. The scene is filled with emotion as Rena seems to struggle with silent acceptance. The prince speaks, presumably concluding their conversation. His back is turned to Rena, his statement indicating closure or acknowledgement of their respective positions. Rena, floating in the air with a stoic expression, asks how an unidentified person is doing. A man in formal attire stands below, calmly listening to her questions. A man with an authoritative air declares that the subject of their conversation is unrelated to the person he is addressing, maintaining a neutral face that hides his true thoughts. Rena, shown in close-up, looks thoughtfully to the side. Her elaborate military uniform and elaborate tassels on her shoulders speak of her high rank and the burden she carries. The story shifts to a grand building where the hero of the North is said to have lived. The curious inquiry about the girl's identity is left hanging in the air. The conversation becomes tense as claims are made about the girl's resemblance to the man's daughter. He denies this with a pained expression, indicating that his daughter is dead. The girl, named Ruvid, looks upset. The man comforts her by explaining his daughter's death and suggesting that Ruvid is manipulating her emotions. Ruvid responds skeptically to her husband's gratitude, doubting his intentions. She resents the intrusion into her personal space. She chides him for singing a disgusting melody to others. Her angry expression and clenched fist convey her contempt, and the accusation stings the man. The man lectures Ruvid about the importance of reputation to the imperial family, hinting at the political and personal complexities of their world. Ruvid, her pride wounded by her husband's rebuke, sits defiantly. She looks like a cornered mouse, emphasizing the power dynamics at play. Ruvel stands calmly, expressing gratitude to someone for taking his side, although the context of the conversation remains undisclosed. Rena looks surprised and confused against the backdrop of playful abstract shapes, wondering if anyone is ignorant or simply indifferent. It turns out that Ruval is distraught, mourning the damned fools of the South and demanding a court lady to entertain them, hinting at deeper unrest. The character expresses a critical opinion about someone's ability to empathize with a father who has lost his children, hinting at a difficult situation. In a darkened setting, Ruval's expression turns serious as he claims that the girl in question is indeed his daughter, revealing a personal connection. Rin sits alone on a bench at night, surrounded by a serene garden, pondering the nature of the recent excitement he has felt. He is struck by an unusual explosion, powerful enough to shake the area, and not just any mundane battle, but something more significant. Rina, energized, proclaims that only a coward would do such a despicable act, demonstrating her fiery nature in the face of chaos. Rin remains seated, calm despite the electrical storm, identified as a young lord of the northern lands, hinting at his noble status. He casually reflects on his boredom, suggesting that he was hoping for something more entertaining tonight, displaying a combination of arrogance and desire for excitement. In a serene night setting, Rin stands thoughtfully with a halo-like light above him, giving him an ethereal appearance. He appears contemplative and somewhat detached, lost in his thoughts. Rina greets Rin with a warm, "Good evening, Mr. Rin." Her expression is welcoming, and her outfit suggests she has been to or is preparing for a formal event. Rin notices that Rina is not wearing a cape today and asks if she was at some ceremony, expressing curiosity about her unusual outfit for the evening. Rina, with a gentle smile, suggests changing the subject to something more interesting, taking the conversation away from her outfit and the evening's events. Rin looks tired, to which he comments, prompting Rina to ask if something is wrong, showing concern for his condition. Rin sits down, looking reconciled, and admits that although he feels tired, he needs to tell Rennie something important, hinting at the burden he carries. Rina asks if Rin has been waiting for her all this time, meaning an arranged meeting or perhaps waiting for her arrival. Rina turns away slightly, suggesting that it's probably best for her to leave, perhaps sensing Rin's troubled state or respecting his need for solitude. Rina's face shows shock and confusion when Rin mentions the breakup, indicating that his words were unexpected and perhaps unwanted. Rin and Rina stand apart, the distance between them palpable. Rin thinks it's time to say goodbye, while Rina looks at her with a mix of surprise and horror. Rin, with short black hair, looks troubled in the soft light, his eyes conveying complex emotions. He is making a statement, perhaps setting a strong boundary. Standing against a cloudy sky, Rin looks commanding as he ensures that the nights will no longer be troubled by unseen problems. Rina, her pink hair catching the light, looks alarmed. She asks to be forgotten, suggesting an encounter she wants to erase from memory. On a cool night, Rin learns about Rina's stay with the hero from the south, hinting at an important past or connection for him. Rina, caught off guard, tries to explain herself. She insists she meant no harm and acknowledges Rin's kindness, despite the obvious misunderstanding. In a dramatic twist, under the gaze of the moon, Rin decides that he must treat Rina like a deadly potion, indicating that the relationship has gone sour. An imperial edict issued a few months earlier, depicted with a royal figure in the rain, hints at a call to action, a gathering of the bravest. In the darkness, Rina muses that perhaps it was because of this decree that the heroes of the southern lands summoned her, revealing her significant role. Ready for battle, Rina meets Rin, her eyes fierce and determined. They stand together, offering a partnership in the face of adversity. Finally, Rin, with an air of finality, calls someone an enemy, his face partially obscured, marking a key moment of conflict or betrayal. Rina stands solemnly, eyes closed, a faint blush on her cheeks, as if caught in a moment of vulnerability. Her pink hair is neatly curled, and her military-style uniform is pristine and formal. Turning away from someone invisible, Rina speaks with a hint of sarcasm, telling Mr. Rin that things won't go as planned. Her stance is confident, even with her eyes downcast. Rina's eyes shine with determination upon seeing Rin. She seems to explain the reasons why she offered help, maintaining a polite yet commanding presence. Rin, seen from behind, seems surprised, responding with a simple, "Huh?" His posture is tense, indicating surprise or confusion at Rina's words. Rina stands firm, her dialogue suggesting she knows something personal about Rin's heritage. Rin kneels before her, looking up, a mixture of respect and curiosity on his face. Rina looks stern as she meets Rin, pointing her finger. Rin seems surprised, his eyes wide and his mouth open, as if he's just been accused of something. Rina lets out a laugh as Rin looks up from the ground in confusion. She playfully chides him, suggesting that he never call her by a certain title. Rina declares her official status as the representative of the Southern Territories, her profile standing stoically against the night sky, indicating her pride and authority. Standing over the kneeling Rin, Rina states that their positions are no reason to become enemies, her expression softening to show her unwillingness to conflict. Rin looks up, insisting that there are some things that can't simply be avoided, perhaps hinting at a deeper, inevitable conflict between them. Pink-haired Rina looks surprised as she asks why Rin, a man with short black hair, helped her when she mentioned her origins from the northern lands. She stands confidently before him in elegant military-style attire. Rin looks at him thoughtfully, asking if Rina understands that she will face difficulties communicating with him, suggesting that their interaction carries danger. In a close-up, Rina turns away, looking determined, claiming that she can handle her problems and prefers to solve them on her own. Rina stares up at the night sky, her eyes wide with realization as she stumbles upon the reason for her actions. She does so because of her feelings for Rin. The two stand in a picturesque night garden, Rin sitting and Rina standing. The space between them is filled with unspoken words, and Rina's eyes flicker with a complex mix of emotions under the starry sky. Rina smiles softly, looking calm and at ease against the night sky, indicating a sense of contentment with the current moment. Rin, surprised, looks shocked with wide eyes and a flushed face, as if he's just heard something surprising or perhaps disturbing. Rina, turning away from Rin, reminds him of a past favor and his promise to repay her in any way she wishes, hinting at a deeper connection and perhaps a pivot in their relationship. In the warm room, Rina and Rin encounter each other. Rin seems to refuse what Rina has offered, saying it is too much for a simple thank you, hinting at his humility or unwillingness to be indebted. Rina, with a mischievous smile, suggests continuing their friendship. This phrase seems to have a deeper meaning, perhaps a veiled confession or an invitation to deepen their bond. Rina stands tall in the night, her pink hair glowing as she tells Rin that she will accept this as payment. Rin looks up in shock, and Rina leans in and reassures him, resolutely accepting the task ahead. Rin, caught off guard, stutters, not believing Rina's willingness to take on the job. Rina offers her hand and proposes to live in friendship, meaning a truce until the end, while the stars twinkle above. Rina, smiling, extends her hand, her eyes closed in a deal that lasts until one of them dies. Rin, hesitantly but forced, begins to extend his hand, realizing the weight of Rina's words in the dim evening light. Their hands come closer, clasping in agreement as Rin ponders the seriousness of Rina's vow. Rina's eyes are closed, her face content and sly. She knows that the deal is made and their fates are intertwined. Finally, their hands join tightly, cementing their vow under the shade of a gazebo in the quiet night. Rina, looking at Rin, whispers, however, leaving a pause filled with unspoken possibilities and future adventures. Rina stands under the starry sky and tells Rin that she has one more condition. His profile is turned towards her as he asks curiously, "What is this?" Next, a close-up is of Rina, her eyes wide and serious as she utters a resolute no. Rin's head is bowed and he says, "May my sacrifice not be in vain," the seriousness of his words weighing on the atmosphere. They are depicted from afar, silhouetted against the backdrop of an elegant gazebo at night, holding hands, a bond forming between them. In a more light-hearted moment, Rina tilts her head in confusion, a simple, "What?" slipping from her lips. Rin, now covering his face with his hand, looks embarrassed by his words, which prompts Rina to comment on his visible excitement. Rina playfully leans towards Rin, teasingly admitting that she has grown to love him very much, and he shyly turns away. Still covering his face with his hand, Rin admits that the attraction is mutual, a blush visible on his cheeks. They stand aside, Rina looking at Rin expectantly as he ponders how to articulate a growing feeling or confession. Finally, we see a chibi version of Rina, her arms crossed as she realizes that Rin didn't quite get the hint, sweat forming on his forehead. In the night scene, Rina looks pensive under the starry sky, pondering something deeply as she says, "Well, there must be a reason." Rina stands with a satisfied smile, expressing her lack of interest in starting a relationship while Rin listens from behind. She happily confesses, "I don't plan on starting a relationship." Looking out into the night, Rina declares her contentment with simply being someone's dance partner, hinting at her independence and contentment. A single rose is delicately held, symbolizing a moment of tenderness and perhaps a gesture of affection at a good night's sleep. Rina, with her eyes closed, enjoys the scent of a red rose, a gesture that could signify a moment of peace or cherished memories. Rin reassures someone not to worry and just enjoy the moment, as he holds a rose, showing a desire for reassurance and a shared moment of peace. Rina's face lights up with a soft smile, her eyes closed. She stands with a rose, letting time dictate the course of events. Rina and Rin spend some quiet time together in the garden when Rin smells a rose, indicating a moment of connection between them. A man stands, being watched through a window, his posture and attire indicating formality and a hint of concern or contemplation. The same man appreciates the beauty of the night, quietly exclaiming, "What a wonderful night," suggesting a sense of peace or contemplation. A stern man with slicked back hair is seen looking disapprovingly as if in deep thought. His face is stern, with a hint of contempt or disappointment. A character with white hair and a strikingly pale complexion holds a glass of wine while looking out the window. They boldly declare their superiority in an aristocratic setting. In a large hallway, a white-haired character stands before a man with pink hair and formal attire. The pink-haired man warns the other with a smug smile, hinting at the threat if they are caught uninvited. A white-haired person is toasting something unsaid with a cocky attitude. Their expression is relaxed and confident, hinting that they are not bothered by the advance warning. A tense standoff unfolds as the pink-haired man questions the other about the child's survival, accusing them of lying about the supposed victim. The white-haired figure mocks the pink man's concern for the child, mocking him with a casual demeanor that suggests he is unconcerned by the accusations. The pink-haired man expresses his fear of being exposed in his plans by the hero from the southern lands. He looks desperate as he tries to defend his position. A dramatic revelation unfolds when the white-haired man seems unconcerned about the pink-haired man's concerns and blithely turns away, hinting at indifference to the threat. In a shocking twist, the gray-haired character is told that his daughter has already witnessed something significant. His eyes widen in surprise, revealing a vulnerability that had previously been hidden. The story ends with the gray-haired character recalling the pivotal moment when his daughter recognized him, a memory filled with emotion and perhaps regret. In an ornately decorated room, Rina stands before a tribunal of shadowy figures, with an elderly man sitting across from her. The tension is palpable as they appear to be judging her. In the close-up portrait, Rina smiles softly, her eyes sparkling. She is adorned with an intricate necklace that hints at her importance. A confrontation unfolds under the starry sky. A young man accuses an older man of turning a sacrificed child into a monster. Their silhouettes stand out brightly against the backdrop of space. The woman expresses shock to the stern-looking man, recalling that her daughter had reached the imperial court herself, doubting his understanding of the significance of this. The man, stern and formal, confidently reflects on his daughter's belief that she can stand up to them, his profile standing out sharply against the night sky. In a dimly lit room, the woman advises the man to meet his daughter in person and find out her wishes, assuring her that her daughter will definitely respond. Their exchange intensifies. The woman firmly states that her suggestion is not advice but an order, and the man listens attentively. The man, now alone, seems thoughtful and resigned under the opulent chandeliers of the great hall, the weight of the decision resting on him. A close-up of a man, overcome with emotion, sweat on his forehead, reflects on the terrifying order he was given, feeling the seriousness of the moment. Cloaked, Rina is depicted in an ominous red atmosphere, haunted by proclamations that she must be the right child sought by the emperors, her eyes wide with fear or revelation. A cloaked figure stands against a dark, starless sky, with a small child crying in the foreground. This figure has done something grand for a power equal to that of an emperor, secretly leading countless little souls to an unknown fate. A cloaked figure stares lonely at the crimson-pink sky on the edge of a precipice. The scene demonstrates a strong desire to equal the emperor, but it is known only as the mistake. A character with long, pink hair, seen from behind, looking out the window at a person dressed in white. The text hints that they must hide the truth about selling their souls. The same character with pink hair looks at the viewer with a serious expression, admitting his involvement in the mistake. Two new characters walking and talking in a large hallway, a mustachioed man in military gear and a pink-haired wren in uniform. They discuss the high-profile incident from the previous evening involving the southern lands. Rena confidently declares that she defended her honor and won, surprising her companion, a senior military officer. An older man with a distinctive mustache officially declares Rena the representative of the southern lands, advising her to act accordingly. A chibi-style version of the two characters, with Rena seemingly teasing an older man who looks foolish. Rena and a senior military officer, side by side in a corridor lined with windows, react to the declaration of war. The text suggests imminent action and a call to arms. The contrast between the legs of the two characters, emphasizing the difference in their physique and perhaps their status or readiness for what is about to happen. In a large hall filled with purring shadows, a stern man in military uniform speaks with a sense of authority to Rena, a girl with bright pink hair, expressing his disappointment with her actions. Rena, with hair like pink flames, stands small before a tall figure dressed in a dark fur-lined coat, the intensity of his gaze suggesting a pivotal moment in the confrontation. A close-up of the same man shows his youthful features and stern expression, and a mixture of surprise and attentiveness in his eyes. A scene unfolds where Rena, along with a graying, decorated officer, appears surprised by the sudden announcement of a character called Mr. Rini. Against a soft, radiant background, a young man from the past seems to be reminiscing, a nostalgic smile softening his sharp features, while recalling a place that is more present in his heart than ever. With a lightheartedness that cuts through the solemnity, Rena seems to see the stern man in a new, more appealing light, perhaps revealing a softer side to his stern demeanor. In a display of full regalia, the group stands in formal attire, a collective strength in their unity, as they are described as the North in full assembly, hinting at a gathering of significance. A man with a regal bearing and a sharp gaze steps into the spotlight, commanding attention with his presence, his piercing and focused gaze. Rena, seen up close, displays a mixture of determination and apprehension, her pink eyes a window into her inner turmoil amidst her luxurious surroundings. Finally, a tense moment captures Rena as an older, authoritative figure orders Rena to stay close, an air of protection or control hovering between them. Rena, dressed in a striking blue cloak, is positioned centrally between two different groups, creating a visually compelling contrast and hinting at an imminent interaction or confrontation. When men in black suits blow ceremonial horns against the backdrop of a celestial event, it evokes a sense of ancient ritual or important announcement. Rena stands with dignity at the far end of a magnificent corridor as rows of people kneel before her, a clear demonstration of her respected position in this society. The emphasis on Rena's elegantly laced ballet flats against the backdrop of the exquisite floor emphasizes the grace and precision expected of her role at the ceremony or event she is attending. Walking down the corridor in a flowing dress, Rena passes kneeling figures, her movement unobstructed, emphasizing the respect and authority she commands. Rena sits on her throne, her pose conveying a mixture of contemplation and longing, hinting at the loneliness that accompanies her high status in the midst of grandeur. In a gentle yet commanding tone, Rena tells someone to stand up, her expression soft yet firm, indicating her role as a leader who is respected and treated with kindness. Rena, sitting nonchalantly on her throne, engages in light conversation with a servant, her casual demeanor contrasting with the formal setting that hints at her comfort in power. Surprise and amusement color Rena's face as she jokes about the occasion of their meeting, showcasing her sharp wit and the camaraderie she shares with her assistant. During an official speech on a historic day, the man with the papers speaks of a century of empire, while Rina watches from her throne, embodying the living history and traditions of her position. The purple-haired character looks up with a satisfied expression, speaking of a new place lit by a deity, right underground. Rina, with pink hair and intense pink eyes, stands with a curious expression on her face, uttering a single word questioningly. In a large room, a figure on a throne proclaims the conquest of the region known as the Land of the Dead, under the command of their majesty. An elderly man adorned in military regalia is praised for winning a war against the dead and granted a wish of his choosing. The same dignified man bows his head respectfully, addressed by his title, indicating the weight of his achievements and service. Standing before the throne, the elder declares his desire to entrust his duty to a more reliable generation, which implies a change in leadership. Wielding a sword, the character in front of the throne asks to whom he should hand over responsibility, indicating the decision that needs to be made. Rina stands next to the elder, looking ahead with a serious expression, as if ready to face whatever comes next. The elder turns around, asking the name of the young woman with the sword, demonstrating a need for recognition. Bowing deeply, Rina introduces herself by her full name, demonstrating both respect and a sense of formal etiquette. With a determined look and a sword blocking her gaze, Rina seems ready to face whatever challenge comes next. The word flap flutters above her. Looking up at the stars, Rina stands in her uniform, an emblem of her determination. Her pose speaks of the calm before the storm. She proclaims her trials, standing proudly in the great hall, demonstrating her determination to live up to her name. Rina declares that she will handle matters personally, denouncing herself as a mere pawn, her eyes fierce with intent. Firmly entering into the challenge, Rina is ready to risk her life, her expression combining determination and seriousness. The respectful address highlights Rina's grace as a leader as she stands in the majesty of her surroundings. Stunned by the unexpected event, Rina's eyes widen in surprise, the opulent hall around her adding to the drama. Accompanied by an older, dignified man, Ren walks purposefully, their stride indicating a shared mission. Rina looks confused, her face questioning, trying to figure out what's going on. The man politely asked to stop the traffic for a moment, his calm demeanor hinting at a serious discussion. In a large and luxurious hallway, Rina stands, her pink hair in a swirl, looking surprised. She exclaims, "Really?" in a tooltip. Then, smiling playfully, Rina addresses the unseen figure. Her words suggest a joke about formality, asking if it would be more appropriate to address her as a fishmonger. A stern-looking man with piercing eyes is listening attentively. The severity of his expression indicates that he is deep in thought or concerned. In another scene, the same man admits a mistake, his words terse, revealing an acceptance of the harsh truth revealed to him. Rina formally addresses the man, asking for his attention for a moment, assuring him that it won't take long. As they stand in the spacious hall, Rina looks away with a neutral expression, while her husband stands nearby, attentive and calm. Rina speaks again, saying, "Okay, if it's not difficult," maintaining her formal demeanor while the discussion seems to continue. They sit in a separate room with luxurious decor, signaling that a private and perhaps more candid conversation is about to take place. The man compliments Rennie, perhaps on her appearance or actions in a room bathed in soft daylight. Finally, Rina looks thoughtful, looking away, her eyes downcast. She seems to be pondering the conversation or contemplating her next steps. In the dimly lit room, Rina, a girl with pink hair dressed in a military uniform, looks surprised as she asks if she is recognized. The man, with neat hair and a sophisticated appearance, seems thoughtful, almost conflicted, as he wonders aloud whether he would recognize his own daughter. Rina's eyes widen in shock against the dark background, her expression one of disbelief and vulnerability. Sitting across from each other in a luxurious room, the man notices Rina's dangerous choice, his tone carrying weight. Rina, now standing, challenges her husband, claiming he has gone too far. Her stance is firm, her expression defiant. The man seemed resigned, yielding to a simple, "Really, I should," as he looked away. When his back is to Rina, tension fills the room, a tense silence hangs between them. A close-up of Rina's face shows her struggling to contain a mixture of emotions, her eyes shining in the dim light. Rena, seated and regal, yet visibly stunned, watches as her husband's apology echoes across the vast expanse. Rena looks anxiously at her father, who with a solemn expression begs her forgiveness, his eyes bearing the weight of his plea. In an elegant room, Rena sits commandingly on a chair facing her father, who is on his lap. Her posture suggests that she is in a position of authority, contemplating the situation. Rena looks away with a thoughtful expression, admitting that she has been waiting for this moment, hinting at a mix of emotions about the events unfolding before her. Kneeling before Rena, her father looks up in grief, desperately seeking forgiveness, struggling with his actions and their impact on their relationship. The father, overwhelmed with emotion, laments that he does not believe he will see Rena again, hinting at a past filled with confusion and separation. As tears roll down his cheeks, the father expresses his fear that he may never see Rena again, indicating that he deeply regrets past decisions. Rena, shocked, looks up, her eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and recognition, calling out for her father as she considers the reality of their reunion. This moment is filled with emotion as Rena kneels to be eye level with her father, their closeness in this tender moment overshadowing the complexity of their past. Rena looks at her father with a stern look, stating that trust must be earned and hinting at past betrayals that may have included attempts on her life. Rena stands with a determined look, with rain and thunder roaring in the background. Her eyes, filled with intensity, hint at an inner storm that matches the stormy weather. Rena's father asks her in a commanding tone what he should do for her. His face conveys a mixture of disappointment and worry, anticipating her answer. Rena turns away, her eyes downcast, suggesting a sense of hesitation or sadness. Her profile against the room's decor suggests a moment of introspection. Rena strongly declares her desire to live under her own name, a declaration that underscores her desire for autonomy and identity. Rena's father kneels before her, begging for official recognition of her existence. The power dynamic is visually reversed here, indicating a pivotal moment in their relationship. Rena's father looks down, dejected, acknowledging his inability to fulfill her request. His body language reflects a deep sense of defeat or powerlessness. Rena, with a sense of curiosity and confusion, quietly asks, "Why not?" The expression on her face is a mixture of surprise and a desire to understand. In a dramatic twist, Rena's father reveals the crux of the matter. It's magic. His face, half-shadowed, reflects the dark revelation of this secret. Rena, surprised, repeats, "Magic?" The shock is evident in her wide eyes and slightly open mouth as she processes the information. Rena, looking directly at her father, repeats the word, "Magic?" Again, this time with a mixture of realization and surprise reflected on her face. Rena's father claims to have taken action against the Empress and enlists Rena, offering to drastically change her fate if certain truths come to light. He solemnly vows to give Rennie a new life, a significant departure from her current path, as he kneels before her with a determined look. In a luxurious room, he promises Rena a life of greater privilege than her current noble status, a life comparable to that of the imperial family. Rena's eyes glow a supernatural red as she understands the seriousness of her father's words, the promise of a new identity and the weight it carries. In a quiet, somber tone, Rena acknowledges the risk and expresses her willingness to accept the role her father has assigned her, even if it means becoming a mere tool. Rena confronts her father, doubting his true intentions and whether he wants to get rid of her, reflecting a deep insecurity about her worth and his affections. The father remains stoic in the rain, his expression hardening as he internally acknowledges Rena's ability to read his mind, indicating the tension between them. He coldly orders Renee to speak her mind, masking any emotional turmoil he may be feeling with a calm demeanor. A close-up of Rena shows her contemplation and determination, hinting at the difficult choices and conversations she faces with her father. Rena's father, seen from above, ominously offers her a chance, symbolized by a hand gesture, hinting at an important decision or opportunity that lies ahead. In a dimly lit room filled with cold blue light, Rena, with pink hair and determined dark red eyes, stands resolutely, holding a dagger aloft. She demands that her father take her life. Her father, a stern man with slicked-back hair, is surprised by Rena's request, his face a mix of confusion and concern, illuminated by the harsh light. Rena sets the rules for the terrifying ordeal. Her father must act by the end of her song, and she vows not to retaliate or evade. But there's a catch. If her father doesn't grant her request by the end of the song, Rena vows to turn the blade against him, asserting her resolve with fierce eyes. The tension fades as Rena falls into her father's arms, her strength weakening, her eyes still filled with a mixture of determination and sadness. Her father hesitates, holding a shining dagger in his hand, pondering Rena's existence and considering his next action, the room around them bathed in icy light. Rena kneels, head bowed, in a gesture of surrender, but offers forgiveness if her father acknowledges her, the dagger lying passively in her hands. With a close-up of her father's face, full of emotion and a hint of tears, Rena's challenge seems to reach his heart, evoking deep feelings. Rena, eyes wide open, pleads with her father, doubting the justice of their future actions, her face a combination of hope and despair. Finally, Rena, now standing over her kneeling father, asks the reason for his actions, her posture at once regal and commanding, the light of the dagger reflected in her questioning eyes. On a starry night, Rena kneels on the cobblestones by the water, lost in thought. The peace of the scene is broken only by her questioning whisper, "What?" Suddenly, Rena finds herself sitting and looking around in confusion under the same night sky. She mumbles to herself, surprised at her location and noting how completely unfamiliar everything is. Her confusion turns to fear as she gasps and steps back, her eyes wide with shock. What was once a peaceful night now seems terrifying to her. Rena is stunned by a terrifying experience whose nature is incomprehensible. It is something beyond comprehension, a blur of reality and illusion. Sitting by the water, Rena looks down with a somber expression. She is lost in deep thought, the calm of the water reflecting her inner turmoil. A kind stranger approaches Rena, leaning in to ask if she's alone there, a mix of concern and curiosity on his face. Later, a tender exchange occurs as Rena receives a coin from a delicate hand, the identity of the giver not visible. Rena sits timidly in a chair as the bold woman demands more money for her stay, while the man who found her looks at her helplessly. In the background, menacing figures loom, their eyes reddening in the shadows. They speak ominously among themselves, considering Rena a prize. Cornered by the intimidating man, Rena pushes away from his arms, tears streaming down her face as she protests fiercely, declaring her innocence. Rena, a young girl with pink hair, claims to be the daughter of Viscount Rubea and asks to be taken home. The burly man and the tattooed woman are impressed by her claim. The tattooed woman looks surprised and skeptical as she questions Rena about her claim about the aristocrat, apparently intrigued by the young girl's statement. A woman with tattoos and earrings seems suspicious and tests Rena, asking if she can write. Rena, eager to prove herself, confidently claims that she can. Rena sits at her desk, focused, pen in hand, writing diligently on a piece of paper. Her expression is serious and determined as she seems to want to prove her claims. The tattooed woman reads the letter, her eyes wide with amazement. She comments on the elegance of Rena's handwriting, comparing it to a cool midsummer dream, acknowledging the girl's elegance. As the woman reads aloud, it becomes clear that Rena has written a poem. She recites it, showing that it is on the first page of a collection of poems, hinting at Rena's cultural background. The woman's demeanor changes to one of awareness and respect as she looks at the letter, finally convinced of Rena's aristocratic nature, acknowledging her true status. In a dimly lit room, Rena sits alone, looking frightened and vulnerable. She whispers a plea for help, revealing her distress and desire to escape her current predicament. Rena is visibly stunned, questioning how her situation could have come to this, feeling betrayed by someone else's claim to love, indicating deeper, more personal turmoil. Rena's face is filled with shock and tears as she hears her sister's voice. Her brother's arrival brings about a mixture of emotions, and she asks anxiously if her sister has learned anything new. In a dimly lit tavern, a woman seated in a red dress confidently corrects a standing man's mistake about noble titles, stating that they are dukes, not viscounts. Leaning forward in surprise, a woman in a tavern listens as a man explains the duke's recent acquisition of land from the north, raising questions about possible financial motives. The girl with striking pink hair, Rena, looks at this with wide eyes, a combination of confusion and concern on her face as she hears the mention of her apparent funeral. The woman in the red dress reacts with shock and disbelief, her face contorted in confusion as she processes the unexpected and strange discovery of the girl's supposed death. With a sly smile, the woman playfully ponders the thought, her face lit up by the idea she is entertaining, while keeping her intentions secret. At night, Rena stands scared and alone, her pink hair illuminated by the moonlight, because she has been ordered to be quiet and obedient. The woman in the red dress towers over Rena, threatening her with life imprisonment for disobedience, her face a mask of feigned sympathy and control. In a stone-walled room, a man tells an imposing woman that leaving Rena in the neighboring building would be a wise decision, hinting at a deeper scheme. As the woman in red pulls Rena toward the exit, she urges the girl to stop shaking and leave quickly, demonstrating her authority and impatience. Rena stands small and alone in the vast, echoing space, staring at the heavy wooden door, symbolizing the terrifying unknown she is about to face. Under the dark sky, Rena, with tears in her eyes and a confused expression on her face, seems to be struggling with a sudden, sad realization. From behind, Rena watches a group of people having a serious conversation, and her face shows concern, indicating that she is somewhat interested in their discussion. Hiding behind a stone arch, Rena looks out vulnerable, whispering questions about her father's arrival to save her, her words revealing a mixture of fear and hope. With her hands clasped and eyes filled with longing, Rena kneels in the doorway, wondering if the possibility of her father's return will bring her happiness back. Rena, with her back against the wall, a tense expression on her face, seems to be in a state of heightened alert, holding her breath, awaiting the outcome or arrival. She turns around in fright when an unexpected event or presence catches her off guard, disrupting her vigilance. Looking over Rena's shoulder, the group she feared is now advancing towards her, bringing the tense moment closer. The main man, surrounded by his group, seems surprised, uttering the single word, "Courts?" indicating a mixture of surprise and recognition. Rena's tear-stained face breaks into a relieved smile as she joyfully announces the arrival of the Court King, hinting that her rescue is near. A woman in red, surrounded by guards, insists that anyone looking for the child must bring money. She gestures towards the crowded tavern, implying that it is full of crooks and liars, and again demands money up front. The woman confirms to the questioning man that the child, presumably Rena, is indeed inside, as they are standing at the entrance. Rena emerges from hiding, eyes wide with alarm, claiming that she is rightfully in the council building. Suddenly, the woman in red was ambushed, her face contorted in shock as an invisible force struck her. Rena's eyes widen in horror, her mouth falling open as she realizes the danger she's in, mirroring the violence erupting around her. Amidst the chaos, a powerful figure orders his men to protect the building so thoroughly that not even a mouse can escape. Tension rises when the group is instructed not to let anyone leave, which is emphasized by the urgency of the fiery backdrop. In the heat of the moment, guards with torches rush to fight off attackers at the arched entrance to the building. Finally, Rena sits silently before the glowing portal, the light illuminating her solitude in the dark room. Rena kneels on the ground, her figure draped in a white cloak against a backdrop of falling snowflakes, creating an air of isolation. She appears lost in thought, her presence almost ethereal in the stillness of the snowy scene. Standing, Rena screams in pain, her tears reflecting the harsh light of the rain falling around her. Her pain is palpable as she looks stunned by the situation, the rain intensifying her emotional breakdown. In contrast, Rena's reserved expression betrays nothing as she stares ahead. Her eyes, red and shining, hint at a hidden depth of emotion behind her stoic appearance, enhanced by the single tear streaming down her cheek. Rena's father sits on the ground, his back to us, looking out at a pair of large double doors. The room is elegant, adorned with a chandelier that casts a soft glow, illuminating her silhouette in the dim surroundings. The maid was casually lounging on the sofa, saying in a bored tone, "We've been in the courtyard for 3 days now." Her relaxed posture and the luxurious room around her contrasted with the longing expressed in her words. Rena holds a purple potion with a skull on it, the label indicating the first day of some important event. The swirling purple mist and her pensive gaze suggest that she is contemplating a serious and potentially dangerous decision. Holding a glass of champagne, Rena's face is clouded with sadness, the bubbles reflecting the turmoil she feels inside. "Champagne on the second day," the frame reads, hinting at a celebration with a melancholic undertone. The maid, with a curious and slightly wary expression, wonders what form Rena will take today. Her innocence and the dark figure looming behind her hint at a transformative and perhaps sinister event. The maid's shock is evident as she turns to the door, a mask of terror on her face. The darkness around her accentuates her fear, and the unknown that lies beyond the decorative door seems to be the source of her fear. Of the maid is visible, glowing intensely blue, while the rest of her face is shrouded in shadow. The red letters around her convey a sense of urgency and anxiety, hinting at a dramatic climax. Rena, with her pink hair slicked back and dressed in a gorgeous uniform, looks surprised when a maid with black hair and a bow asks her why she's back so early, as there's still a lot of work to do before the evening. Rena turns away thoughtfully, and the surprised maid asks aloud what they discussed, but is interrupted by Rena's cold request to keep her words to herself. In the close-up, Rena's face is serious and thoughtful, and the maid looks at her with wide, concerned eyes. Rena questions the maid directly, asking what's wrong and if anything happened again, to which the maid is surprised. Smiling gently, Rena assures the maid that her eyes will not steal anything, amusingly adding that she met a cat. The maid panics, urging Rena to tell the details of her conversation, demanding a quick answer. Rena sits relaxed on the couch, dismissing the urgency of the conversation as a petty reprimand, while the maid stands tense and concerned. Rena calmly declares that there is still no problem, maintaining her composure while the maid listens intently. Taken by surprise, Rena expresses her surprise at the elegant afternoon tea setting, asking where the maid found such an arrangement. The maid, stunned and excited by the luxurious space before her, can only utter an amazed "wow" when Rena asks where she managed to get all this. Rena stands in an elegant room, addressing the maid with a serious expression, saying that she received a letter from the follower in the courtyard. The maid looks up in confusion, asking, "What?" In the kitchen, a maid shares her excitement about the letter with the other maids, spreading her arms wide in delight, exclaiming, "That's the situation," to which another maid responds with a laugh, "Ha-ha, really?" The kind maid serves the servant a plate of bread and a bowl, saying warmly, "How dear, take this." The servant accepts the food with a happy and surprised expression. Holding the plate, the maid looks stunned and teary-eyed, thinking she is determined and brave. The other maids continue to perform their tasks behind her, unaware of her inner turmoil. Walking down the corridor, the maid feels the weight of the growing expectations of those around her, contemplating the changes with a sense of burden and determination. Rena, covering her mouth to hide her laughter, informs the distressed maid that it was not a letter from a follower, but from the man who had broken the horse. The maid looks dejectedly confused. Rena, bathed in sunlight, assures someone outside the panel that she has come to talk, demonstrating her intention to directly clarify any confusion. The maid leans against the counter, her face a mixture of hope and worry, as she has been told that the people will be back soon. She asks, "Bad people?" Rena sits casually on the edge of the table, discussing the possibility that people have appeared from a certain location, eliciting a shocked reaction from the maid, who asks, "Your father?" In a dramatic close-up, Rena warns the maid that if she considers these people dangerous, she must leave immediately, emphasizing the need for her safety. The maid looks worried and thoughtful. In a hushed tone, she asks the maid with the ears if it will really be safe. The eared maid faces Rena, who sits regal but seems uncertain, contemplating the safety of the unnamed subject. Rena, with a gentle smile and closed eyes, compliments them on the fact that the question fits their style, subtly acknowledging it. Leaning closer, Rena whispers to the ear-piercing maid, wondering if the situation is not as dangerous as they fear. A maid with ears is busy doing laundry, focused on her task in a stone-walled room surrounded by linens and the tools of her trade. The eared maid looks on in surprise, her eyes wide at what we can't see, her previous composure breaking. An older gentleman, well-dressed and dignified, towers over a maid with floppy ears as she works diligently, his gaze heavy. The maid with the ears looks on with uncertainty, and the gentleman introduces himself as his housemate. A gentleman offers a maid with ears a jar filled with colorful candies, asking if she likes sweets, his face illuminated by the jar's glow. Standing in a dark room, a gentleman holds up a jar of candy with a gentle yet mysterious look, an otherworldly atmosphere. The girl with large, expressive blue eyes and black hair looks slightly frowning, her outfit resembling a maid's with ruffled white and blue accents. An audience, dressed in red and gray robes, gathers in a large hall, gazing intently at a lone figure standing in the center beneath tall columns. A man dressed in white and gold addresses the unseen crowd. He appears to ask whether the preparations of each military division are complete, indicating that an important event is imminent. Rena, with her striking pink hair and stern expression, stands in a blue military uniform among her fellow officers, conveying a sense of determined leadership. A young man in black military uniform stands before his comrades with a serious posture, creating an atmosphere of solemnity and anticipation. The same man, dressed in white and gold, unrolls a scroll against a backdrop of mystical blue hues, symbolizing a grand announcement of empire. This man continues, holding wooden sticks and talking about today's process, evoking a sense of ritual and the seriousness of the ceremony. A blonde figure in a red uniform stands out against the uniform, her presence marked by a somber but determined expression. Another man in black appears in what appears to be a ruin, with a phrase that hints at a history of strife and the appearance of the undead. Finally, Rena stands firm, declaring the start of an operation with a symbolic name, hinting at a major turning point or action. A row of stone slabs covered in glowing runes lie scattered in the freezing chamber. An inscription floats above, hinting at a sinister ritual that can break the seal when someone praises the effort put into the preparation. A man with a gentle smile and striking blue eyes stands against a bright red background. The pop-up tooltip contains a single loaded word, "It's time," indicating that a pivotal moment is about to arrive. A close-up shows a lock of white hair and a dark red sword clutched in the back of the hand. The red symbols evoke a sense of urgency and perhaps a code or name, as ritual or confrontation seems imminent. A stream of red energy collides with a blue spectral force above a tangled circle. The energy forms a pillar with mysterious symbols that add to the intensity of the unfolding event. The abyss glows in fiery reds and cool blues, bordered by jagged edges. It appears as if a gateway or portal has been torn open, suggesting a connection between two completely different realms. Rena, with her bright pink hair, takes a defensive stance, sword at the ready. Her eyes are bright with determination, and she is clearly ready to face whatever comes through the ominous crack. A huge, terrifying figure roars in defiance, its single red eye glowing menacingly. This creature seems like a formidable adversary, challenging those who dare to confront it. Grotesque creatures swarm across the hellish landscape, their glowing red eyes and fierce expressions hinting at the impending battle. Shadowy figures clash in desperate hand-to-hand combat as the command, "Kill them!" rings out over the fray. The scene is chaotic, filled with the tension of a life-or-death struggle. With fierce determination, Rena plunges her sword into her enemy, a powerful word accompanying the decisive blow. The tension of the battle reaches its peak in this climactic moment. Rena, with her pink hair flowing, is intently drawing her bow, pulling the string taut against the eerie backdrop of a gloomy forest. Rena's eyes burn a fierce red as she confronts the advancing horde of grotesque creatures, her stance simultaneously defensive and ready to attack. A burst of action captures Rena, who slices through the air, her sword blazing with dynamic energy, slicing through the terrifying enemies before her. Speaking firmly, Rena acknowledges the overwhelming number of her enemies with a determined expression, showing no signs of backing down. A stern-faced man in a dark uniform issues a command urging his allies to maintain their formation against the approaching darkness. A man with a sword strikes with precision and power, his blade piercing through a terrifying foe, illustrated by dramatic cuts and the creature's apparent defeat. A warrior in red stands against the chaos of battle, her sword at the ready as lightning cracks all around, emphasizing the intensity of the battle. Amidst the clash of steel and shadow, Rina's determination rings out. She declares that the dilemma of survival should not be impossible. The ferocity of the battle is emphasized as Rina parries the creature's claw, her blade catching a glint of light as she makes a quick defense. Surrounded by the aftermath, the soldier's face is filled with shock and fear, his posture collapsed in the cold reality of the brutality of the encounter. The young officer, drenched in sweat and fear, clutches his head, exclaiming in relief. His expression conveys that he has just been rescued from a dangerous situation. In a dramatic confrontation, a young woman with striking pink hair named Rina stands with a sword, her figure silhouetted against a burst of dark energy as the young officer looks on in awe. Rina, determined and authoritative, declares that their southern detachment will cope with all enemies, expressing gratitude for the support in the moment of triumph. A young officer faces a fearsome beast, its jaws gaping, the scene radiating terror and danger, his fate hanging in the balance. A senior decorated officer looks down with shining eyes filled with determination or perhaps malice, a gurgling speech indicating a critical, perhaps climactic moment. In a moment of fierce determination, Rina lets out a battle cry, her sword at the ready to confront an unseen threat, her stance echoing the responsibility of a leader. A young man named Rin, solemn and determined, stands with a sword that seems to wield power, while a senior officer sits wounded, their surroundings hinting at a recent battle. The decorated officer questions Rin's actions with a touch of sarcasm, hinting at a complicated history or twist in their relationship. In the tense fight, Rina looks stunned as Rin stoically steps away from the senior officer, who is kneeling and pleading, indicating the turn of events. Rin, with his black hair and serious gaze, seems contemplative against a soft, glowing background, hinting at the calm before or after a storm. Rina stands with a gentle expression on her face, her eyes shining with determination. Her pink hair is pulled back into a high ponytail, and she is dressed in an elegant blue military uniform with gold trim. In a dynamic pose, Rina grips her longsword tightly with both hands, ready for battle. Her uniform, a combination of blue, white, and gold, indicates her status. Behind her, a dark figure with a sword looms. Rina is seen in the background, observing a dark puddle on the ground, evidence of a recent battle. The environment is gloomy, and the tension in the air is palpable. A white-robed figure turns to speak, perhaps asking if they have faced the last of their undead enemies. The tone is inquisitive, against a backdrop of devastation. A man in a red uniform addresses a figure in a white robe, assuring them that the undead will not appear again. The scene is heavy with exhaustion and relief as the surrounding warriors rest. A figure in a white robe announces with a sense of triumph that they have persevered, and the way is now open. His expression is one of relief and determination. A white-robed figure looks out into the fiery abyss, declaring that they will guard until the conflict in the province is over. Their stance conveys a sense of duty and vigilance. In a close-up, a silver-haired character expresses doubt about whether the opponent will hear, hinting at cautious optimism amidst uncertainty. An ominous silhouette with one red eye looms in the darkness, hinting at an impending threat. The atmosphere is filled with foreboding and tension. A man with dark hair and a stern expression stands among the crowd, his face reflecting a sense of duty and readiness for what may happen. Rina, with her pink hair and intense red eyes, seems to be in some trouble as she mumbles about the king of the dead. Standing amidst the haunting and fiery landscape, Rin calmly announces that the first hike will take place in 10 days. With an air of solemnity, Ruvil calmly demands the removal of the crowns, his presence dominating the scene against the backdrop of the blood-red sky. A terrifying face with blazing eyes appears, and a cold speech prompt proclaims a certain ownership of the King of the Dead. Rin, dressed in military uniform with a hint of concern on his face, confirms that no soldiers were injured, expressing relief that he hasn't felt fear in a long time. Walking through the snowy environment, Rin, followed by another soldier, agrees to return to the apartment, signaling his troops to head east back to the apartment. Rina halts her squad with a firm order, her expression a combination of concern and authority that stops the soldier's movement. The soldier looks puzzled, reflecting the unexpected nature of Rina's order. Ruvil, exuding confidence and a sinister smile, recalls hearing about someone's audacity, his golden hair contrasting sharply against the dark, cold background. Finally, Ruvil, standing in a commanding stance, confronts Rin, asserting his noble lineage and demanding respect, which prompts a confrontation between them. Rin stands under the starry night sky, looking ahead with a worried expression. He looks thoughtful and somewhat confused. Ruvid, a blond man in a red military uniform, insists that he doesn't associate with fools, his posture is stiff, and his manner is contemptuous. Rin, now looking down, is lost in the shadows, his eyes glowing red with anger. He declares sharply, "How dare a mere slave?" Ruvid, seen from behind, turns to answer Rin with a "what?" With persistence and frustration, Ren, the pink-haired woman, insists that the spine be straight as an arrow, her face contorted with intensity. Rin looks shocked and surprised as he sarcastically responds to Reina's insistent statement that knowing a language immediately makes one a citizen. Ruvid scoffs, deeming the Eastern troops with impure blood inappropriate, his face contorted in disgust. Rin advises to be careful with his words, a hint of warning in his stern profile against the night sky. Ruvid stands arrogantly with his saber at his side, his back to Rin, who is holding a glowing orb. Rina formally addresses Rin, calling him "Your Highness," indicating a gap in their social status. Rina looks at someone sternly, saying that this is their first meeting. Her sharp gaze and formal attire hint at the importance of this meeting. Rin, frightened and sweaty, hears him being called out. His alarmed expression suggests that he may be surprised or troubled by this unexpected admission. Rina turns away, confidently stating that this is indeed their first meeting. Her posture and rear view suggest a mysterious or significant discovery. Rin looks shocked, his mouth hanging open. The speech bubble above his head shows that he is questioning the name Ren. His eyes are wide open, conveying his surprise or confusion. Rina firmly declares to someone out of sight that they have indeed rescued His Eminence, the hero of the southern lands. Her assertive stance and bold speech hint at a critical discussion. Rina turns her head slightly, her profile towards us, and declares that her help is invaluable. Her tone seems sincere, and her direct gaze suggests deep seriousness. A close-up of Rin, who appears to be lost in thought. His serious expression and sideways glance suggest that he is contemplating something important. A close-up of Rina, smiling subtly, meaningfully. The soft colors around her suggest a more tender moment or realization. Rina, who is being watched from behind, holds her hand to her cheek, saying that she shouldn't be thanked for her actions. Rin replies, "We're going back," and the third person agrees, saying, "Yes." The sense of movement means they are about to leave. Rina questions Rin's ability to save, her back still turned. Rin's response is veiled, indicating either a rhetorical question or a conversation interrupted by an upcoming action. Rina stands aloof, while the blonde-haired Ruvid kneels before her, looking up in alarm. He addresses her formally, emphasizing the power dynamic between them. Rina is teaching Ruvid manners, implying a lack of self-respect on his part. There is a condescension in her words, suggesting that she holds the upper hand in their interaction. Ruvid, engulfed in a radiant, fiery energy, passionately declares that he has been affected by some personal poison. This visual clue points to a deeper turmoil within him. Ruvid falls, clutching his head in despair as Rina watches. He makes a cryptic statement about his upbringing, hinting at deeper issues related to his origins. Ruvid, having recovered, argues with the gray-haired man Rin about the potential of what they call him. This suggests a conflict over the value of nurture over nature. Rina watches from afar as Ruvid argues against Rin, emphasizing her point. This scene is the culmination of their heated discussion. Rina, seemingly detached, turns away from the dramatic scene where Ruvid appears to have won, hinting at her perhaps complicated feelings about the outcome. Rina talks to Rin, sarcastically commenting on Ruvid's lack of self-awareness. Her words paint Ruvid in a somewhat pitiful light. Rin casually greets Rina after a long time apart, creating an atmosphere of an awkward meeting between them. Rin asks Rina if she missed him with a teasing smile. The question seems loaded, hinting at the two characters' complicated pasts. In the dimly lit room, someone is forcibly holding Rina's hand. She is visibly uncomfortable, looking down at her hand, which is tightly gripping the fishing rod. Rena stands in her uniform, surprised and persistent, demanding to be let go. Her pink hair and military attire convey authority. The white-haired person looks at Rena with a mix of concern and apology, suggesting they let go if she doesn't like the contact. Rena, with a stern face against the night sky, warns of the consequences if she is disturbed further, hinting at a firm resolve. The white-haired man looks relaxed but has a mysterious look, with twinkling stars behind him, enhancing their enigmatic presence. Standing in a huge hall, Rena confronts a gray-haired man, stating that she wanted to see them, indicating a complicated relationship. Rena's expression is a mixture of disdain and duty as she declares that they are not close despite meeting again, displaying a stern exterior. There is the sound of a slap. Rena's face has a mixed expression, indicating shock and a hint of regret at the unfolding situation. The white-haired man clutches his cheek in shock. Their reaction suggests trauma far beyond physical contact. Close and intense, the white-haired man admits a desire to get to know Rena more deeply, indicating a turning point in their relationship. Rena confidently claims that she is not interested in anyone. Her gaze is piercing and her position is unwavering. A hand reaches out, offering connection or assistance, but it misses the other hand, leaving a sense of unfinished business. Rena looks sternly at the man dressed in white and walks away, leaving a tense look behind her. A building called Reevy's Room stands under the night sky with one window glowing, hinting at someone's presence inside. Rena, dressed in a royal purple gown, appears to be in a hurry, confusing the maid who witnesses her sudden decision to leave. Rena, standing in a room filled with light, orders the maid to ignore her presence and asks for food to be served at a certain time. The maid nods in response to Rena's question about the origin of the sweets, confirming that they are a gift from a courtier. Rena, with her pink hair and calm expression, reflects on her nocturnal wanderings, which seem almost otherworldly. Her thoughts are tinged with melancholy as she speaks of her solitude under the night sky. A cat-eared servant, full of determination, holds a jar of colorful marbles. She exclaims with pride, following the instructions to the letter, her eyes shining with achievement. In a shadowed corner, a figure whispers about not threatening others, urging someone to relax with a calming, almost hypnotic suggestion. Rena, looking in the mirror, is reassured by the servant's confirmation of her youth. Her face breaks into a smile, satisfied by this confirmation. A servant contemplates an upcoming meeting with a nobleman, pondering an appropriate greeting to make a good impression. With a stunned expression on her face, Rena urgently orders the servant to talk about topics that pique the nobleman's interest, emphasizing the importance of this interaction. Under the starry sky, Rena's words carry a weight of sadness as she speaks of the emptiness that accompanies her at night. Rena and Rin, dressed in elegant attire, stroll through the moonlit gardens, their silhouettes a dance of grace and poise against the night. Rin looks off into the distance, concern appearing on his face as he admits to losing his usual composure, hinting at a deeper turmoil within. With a gentle gaze directed at the stars, Rena suggests presenting a front, perhaps a facade, to hide her true feelings from the world. Rena looks surprised under the starry night sky, reacting to the unseen event with wide eyes reflecting a combination of wonder and joy. Rena jokingly scolds Rin, comparing his behavior to that of a son of a dog, in a playful manner that catches him off guard. Rin is stunned and a little embarrassed by Rena's remark, while she seems amused, smiling at her own comment. Rena quickly softens her taunt, wondering if puppy would be a more appropriate and cute term than her previous joke. Rin, sensing the harshness of Rena's words, buries his face in his hands, accepting that both terms are essentially the same. Rena reasons that while son of a dog and puppy have different connotations, the latter sounds sweeter, hinting at the playful yet affectionate bond between them. Rin has a moment of realization and admits that Rena prefers the term puppy, hinting at a change in his perspective. Rin looks genuinely confused, asking Rena if she really enjoys ruling her province, seeking her personal feelings. Rena confidently answers Rin's questions, confirming that she truly takes her role seriously, as if it's a personal calling. Rin, caught in a moment of vulnerability, asks Rena if she is doing well in her duties, his expression reflecting genuine concern. Rena, with long pink hair, expresses concern, asking if anyone is worried about her. The night sky shimmers behind her, indicating that the evening is serene. Rin, a man with short black hair, assures Ren that he trusts her abilities, but hesitates, suggesting that he has more on his mind than he is saying. Together on a moonlit night, Rin asks if Rena has noticed anything that indicates a shared experience or secret between them. Rin comments on the vast experience of the southern fisherman, perhaps hinting at the wisdom or knowledge that Rena possesses, although she subtly acknowledges it. A close-up of Rin shows him deep in thought, his expression tense and serious as he ponders the current situation. Under the starry sky, Rin confesses his concerns to Rennie, revealing his protective feelings for her. Rena looks off into the distance, pondering the comment that this doesn't look like any earthly battle, hinting at an otherworldly or significant conflict. She assures someone that there is no need to worry, her smile belying the seriousness of her previous thoughts. Rena's demeanor changes when she admits that she was actually very pleased, hinting at a personal victory or positive turn of events. Rena stands alone, facing a blood-red eclipse in a dark forest, an ominous scene that portends danger or a pivotal event. Rena is suffering, tears streaming down her face when she appears, her hand forcibly silenced, signaling a hopeless situation. In the dark setting, Rena looks frightened, her eyes shining unnaturally, hinting at fear or obsession. Rena stares in horror at someone whose eyes flicker ominously in the shadows, hinting at a threatening presence. Here, a figure comforts Rena in a desolate landscape with a speech bubble that indicates the bleak nature of their surroundings, described as the land of the dead. The two stand against a red sky, Rena looking weakened, while another figure shields us, their clothing hinting at a somber adventure. Rena turns away, a cryptic message that only hints that the Empress has returned alive from this place, hinting at a terrifying escape. Rena falls through the darkness. The text mentions the many people who were sent to this place, emphasizing the sense of doom. A sinister figure proclaims that the condition has been met, a speech cue hinting at a key moment in a larger, dark scheme. Rena looks up, shocked and pleading, a dialogue bubble perhaps signifying an important revelation or a plea for mercy. Rena clutches her side, a grimace of pain on her face that could hint at injury or betrayal during a pivotal event. Pink-haired Rena screams in panic, her eyes wide with terror. She is held in the arms of Rin, a black-haired man who appears to be rescuing her from a dangerous situation, as they are both pictured against a backdrop of pouring rain and an ominous red sky. Rena, still in Rin's arms, looks terrified as she is told in a menacing tone that she will become a beast like the executioner. The night sky is red and a blood moon hangs low, adding a sense of imminent doom to her predicament. Rin announces his intention to wait in his current spot with a determined look. He looks determined, with a hint of defiance in his gaze, indicating that he is ready to face whatever comes next. Rena is shown falling through the air with an expression of despair. Her body is limp and her pink hair is pulled upwards as she descends, giving the impression that she was either dropped or fell and no one could catch her. The golden-haired Ruvid stands amidst the ruins with fires burning around him. He comments critically on the actions that have taken place, suggesting that a chaotic and violent scene has just occurred. With a serious expression on his face, Ruvid makes a bold statement that he always keeps the door open, which seems to mean being ready for any challenge or upholding a principle regardless of the consequences. Ruvid offers to share a funny fact that points to a casual, or perhaps disarming approach in the midst of what seems to be a tense or serious moment. Rin raises a finger, perhaps to make a point or impart wisdom. He has a slight smile that contrasts with the seriousness of the situation implied by his surroundings. A close-up of Rena is shown looking shocked and confused, with her mouth open as if she is about to ask or express disbelief about something that has just been revealed to her. Rena stands before Rin, asking how he found out something, probably in response to a revelation or information he just shared that seemed to surprise or worry her. Rin stands in the cityscape with a sense of determination on his face as he declares that the action will move east. Dressed in a dark uniform with shining jewelry, Rin exudes confidence among his squad, his presence commanding and electrifying. Ruvid, eyes blazing, gives a stern order to halt, the urgency of the North situation weighing heavily on his words. Ruvid scolds the young man in white for his choice of words, his irritation evident, while the young man looks shocked by the rebuke. Amidst the wintry scene, Ruvid sharply expresses his disbelief when the young man explains that the hero wanted to be the first to deal with the fracture, which is why he is present. Descending into hell, the wolf-like creature and the cloaked figure decide to face the danger alone, tension in the air. Looking up, the young man in white respectfully asks Ruvid to return, addressing him with formality and respect. Rin in close-up shows stern determination, while Ruvid in the background looks taken aback and unsure. Ruvid's face is marked by shock and anger, perhaps due to an unexpected betrayal or sudden revelation. Rin, surrounded by a fiery glow, looks at it with a mixture of determination and apprehension, the weight of the moment etched on his face. Rin, with short black hair, looks at him with concern, doubting his own image. I looked in surprise. Is that me? He is in a place filled with a red, ominous glow. He touches his face doubtfully, pondering, beer blister? Is that me? There is a deep sense of confusion about his own identity. Rin watches the silver ring, noticing its lack of reaction. The dialogue indicates his expectation of some kind of response from the ring. Surprised, Rin turns around sharply upon seeing a mysterious fireball and shockwave slicing through the red sky. In an action-packed scene, Rin rides at full speed, dodging a blast wave behind him, showing immediacy and determination. Looking back, Rin sees a blond man named Ruvid on horseback, confidently brandishing a lightning-struck sword with a fierce expression on his face. Ruvid rides forward on his horse, challenging, his eyes shining brightly amidst the chaotic battlefield. Turning to Rin, Ruvid smiles menacingly, holding an electrified sword, the stormy sky emphasizing his menacing presence. The story shifts to a serene setting, depicting a majestic and ornate palace under a clear blue sky, in stark contrast to the previous tension. In a large, sunlit office decorated with military insignia, Rena, a young woman with rosy pink hair, stands respectfully before an elderly, decorated officer sitting at his desk. She formally asks permission to ask a question, addressing him with high regard. Rena looks up, her eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and concern. She inquires about the status of a certain award, the Order of Southern Richard, indicating that she is here on matters of deep personal or political importance. The officer, with a dignified appearance and a face that shows traces of experience, pauses thoughtfully before answering. His silence fills the space, signaling the importance of the conversation between him and Rena. The conversation takes on a sobering tone as the officer reflects on the profound and lasting effects of war. His gesture of weariness and sadness suggests a deep personal connection to the subject, a feeling mirrored in Rena's expression of surprise and concern. In a calm pose, Rena listens as the officer, arms folded, discusses the current situation at the front, hinting at a discussion of military strategy or the status of the front, which clearly concerns both of them. Rena reacts with surprise when the officer talks about the condition of the isolated living quarters, hinting at problems or changes that might affect those living there. Returning to the broad sweep of the officer seems to be making a statement about the descendants of noble families, perhaps linking the individual fates of Rena and her companion to broader societal or familial obligations. Rena, with her pink hair, is shown holding out a mysterious book. She appears confused as she reads the text prompt, "Take this," and responds with the question, "This?" As Rena flips through the exquisite book, her eyes widen in shock. Her internal dialogue reveals her thoughts, acknowledging the significance of the family crests, but hinting at some deeper issues with a cautious, "however." Rena's focus narrows on a page of text that is impossible to decipher. She studies it carefully, and the passage reveals that it is about a genealogy, mentioning the third son of the 20th family, the fourth son of the 15th family. Anger flickers across Rena's face as she dismisses the coats of arms like a pile of scribbles. Her face is stern, her tone dismissive. Rena stands in a large room with a serious expression on her face. She ponders the sinister motive behind the nobles sending away unwanted children as if they were disposable. The family portrait is open, obscured, and eerie. Rena is invisible, but the text hints at a child who will suffer less, hinting at the grim fate of the man in the image. Rena, with her back to the viewer, holds on to an older man who stands with an arrogant look. The image suggests a complicated relationship, perhaps hinting at trust or manipulation. Tears stream down Rina's face as she is comforted by a man whose presence seems both protective and imposing. The text speaks of forgiven drafts, perhaps metaphorically for second chances or mercy. In a gloomy night scene, Rina stands alone, her posture determined yet tense, suggesting that she is preparing for something scary or significant. A noble man in uniform speaks, his face serious. He declares that he will not treat these children as outcasts, implying a change in their fate or a new mission for Rina. An elderly man with a distinguished military appearance tells someone off camera that he is the only one he can trust. He stands solemnly, conveying a sense of burden and responsibility with his request to look after some children, suggesting seriousness and concern for their well-being. We then see Rina with a stoic expression, looking down at the document, stating that if it is His Highness's will, she requests an audience. Her demeanor is serious and her posture is upright, signifying a disciplined and respectful attitude. Rina is then shown with a determined expression on her face against a glowing backdrop, reaffirming her commitment to carrying out the order and restoring the good name of her army. Her eyes are filled with determination, reflecting her dedication to the cause and the gravity of the mission ahead. In the next scene, we see the flag of the Southern Army Training Hall, symbolizing the place where Rina and her fellow soldiers hone their skills. The setting is quiet, but speaks to the rigorous training that takes place there. Rina then stands firmly, her back to the viewer, ordering someone to stand back. Her posture is commanding and the atmosphere is tense, suggesting a serious confrontation or a moment of assertive leadership. The perspective shifts to show Rina on a raised platform addressing a group of soldiers. The vantage point emphasizes her central role and the attention she commands from the troops gathered around her. The young man expresses his protest against recognizing Rina as commander, his face a mixture of anger and defiance. He challenges her authority, and his posture shows his willingness to confront the problem. Rina reacts in shock, her wide eyes and open mouth showing her surprise at the opposition to her team. The intensity of her expression conveys the unexpected nature of the confrontation. The young man questions the assembled soldiers, implying that they must carry out their Highness's wishes. His assertive stance and raised fist emphasize his call to duty and loyalty. Finally, Rina questions the reason for the refusal to accept her as commander, her eyes narrowed and serious. She demands an explanation, standing her ground despite the disagreement. A man in military uniform stands in disbelief, saying that they can't trust anyone. His expression is tense, reflecting the seriousness of his words. The same man now argues that this person is too young and of unknown origin, which increases the distrust. He appears conflicted and stern. As he turns away, the man reveals to another person, presumably Rina, that they are a woman. The revelation seems significant, and it carries a tinge of shock or accusation. Rina looks surprised and concerned as she silently asks what she should do now. Her alarmed expression and body language indicate that she is concerned about her recent discovery. Showing frustration, the man grimaces and comments on the audacity of the situation. His face is a mixture of anger and resentment. The tension builds as the man, eyes shining, clenches his fists, ready to face the test. The atmosphere is tense with anticipation. Rina, with her back turned, confidently declares that she too can be a hero, despite what has happened. She exudes a sense of determination and defiance. A thoughtful Rina holds the gemstone, pondering its meaning. She looks thoughtful and somewhat sad. Rina, now looking directly at the viewer, claims that she has the same physical capabilities as the others, which suggests a willingness to prove herself. Amid a stormy backdrop, a dark horse rears up against a fiery horse with figures ready for battle, creating a sense of epic confrontation. Ruvid stands with a fierce glare, electricity crackling around him as he fiercely warns not to advance, or he will burn another person. His eyes glow a menacing pink, and his voice seems to echo menace across the fiery stage. Rin replies with a determined and somewhat cheerful expression that if the threats are unbearable, one might as well be prepared to bite back. He holds a sword, the blade of which reflects fiery light, hinting at the inevitable clash. Ruvid's face contorts with rage, his teeth bared in a cauldron. The background burns, reminiscent of a tense battlefield containing the raw fury in Ruvid's howl, which seems both a battle cry and an expression of his inner storm. In the heat of battle, Rin moves with agility, his figure almost ghost-like amidst the chaos. With focused precision, he races ahead, seemingly unaffected by the explosive scene around him. Ruvid, with his eyes wide and mouth open, looks startled, asking what's going on, as he may have been caught off guard by Rin's move or an unexpected turn in the battle. As Rin advances, Ruvid, caught off guard, can only exclaim in shock. His eyes are wide, reflecting the flames surrounding them, emphasizing the intensity of the moment. Rin gallops forward on horseback, his figure radiating confidence and control, while Ruvid looks at him in surprise, his posture suggesting he is bracing himself for the impact of Rin's bold move. The scene shifts to Ruvid, who watches Rin gallop away, the latter with his back to the viewer as he makes a strategic retreat, leaving a trail of dust and confusion in his wake. Ruvid stands after the battle, under a dark, ominous sky. His stance is one of calm contemplation, the former chaos now replaced by a tense silence, signifying a temporary lull before the storm, one of startled realization. The dramatic lighting and harsh shadows cast on his face heighten the tension, leaving the viewer wondering what pivotal moment has just occurred. Rin and Ruvid stand before an eerie, glowing castle, bathed in the ominous light of a red sky. Foreboding fills the air. Ruvid, looking at the castle, remarks on its strangeness, to which Rin responds thoughtfully, perhaps reflecting on the looming challenge they face. The castle looms, imposing and mysterious, without gates or paths, as if it were impossible to enter, creating a scene of mysterious isolation. Against the backdrop of a fiery sky, it turns out that this castle is located in a land where only the dead live, which adds a terrifying layer to the story. Rin's face shows shock and fear, indicating that they have encountered something terrible, confirming the castle's ominous reputation. A dark revelation emerges that this is the dwelling of a king among the dead, casting a shadow of terror over the duo's search. Panic as their nightmare seems to begin again, indicating that they are trapped in a horror from which they cannot escape. A grotesque creature with a gaping mouth is revealed, exemplifying the nightmarish reality in which Rin and Ruvid find themselves. Rin is stunned, shocked by the unexpected turn of events, as Ruvid appears to scream in terror, hinting at the seriousness of their dire situation. Rin stares out the window, the reflection of the ship in the glass, contemplating a strange omen that perhaps heralds the next chapter of their adventures. In a gloomy landscape, a majestic castle stands under a crimson sky, its shape giving the impression that all the ghosts have gathered within its walls. Two riders on horseback move cautiously along a snowy path under the same eerie sky. The riders, one blonde and one dark-haired, seem preoccupied by the wide, threatening blizzard they have just endured. In an office with a large desk, a dark-haired man named Rin talks about feeling too disconnected from the face of the earth. A blonde named Ruvil stands in front of him, listening intently. Ruvil replies, noticing the oddity since Rin left the room, a hint of concern appearing on his face. Rin's face showed shock as he realized that only 15 minutes had passed, which contradicted his sense of time. Rin's expression hardens in disbelief as she reflects on how little 3 hours have passed, indicating a distortion of time. The silver-haired character calmly reveals that time flows differently in the province, suggesting mystical control over its flow. Rin, in his dark attire, stands stunned as the words about the altered flow of time prove true, adding a layer of urgency to the atmosphere. Rin, towering over Ruvil in a room flooded with daylight, receives unspoken information, as evidenced by Ruvil's solemn expression. Ruvil, looking surprised, reports another piece of new information, potentially a twist in their current situation. In the freezing room, Rin stands before Ruvid and asks, "What else?" With an air of expectation. Ruvid, turning to the side, utters a weak, "Oh," as if caught off guard or in thought, adding to the tension of the moment. Against a cosmic backdrop, Rin's gaze pierces forward as he delivers serious news. A knight of Iota charged Miss Rena with a sword, reported that the wound was serious. His face reflects the seriousness of the situation, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. Fear colors Rin's face when he learns of Reina's injury. "Is Miss Reina hurt?" he exclaims, the words bursting out of shock and concern, underscoring his emotional involvement in Reina's well-being. Ruvid returns with an expression of disbelief and concern, his simple "no," revealing a mixture of embarrassment and denial, perhaps trying to accept the grim reality he has been presented with. Rin stands in the cold, his gaze fixed on something off-screen, reporting the brutal attack. The attacking knight has been punished by Miss Ren and is in serious condition. The statement suggests a harsh response to the offense. In a contrastingly warm and elegant room, Reina's detached comment, "Is this the beginning of a cover-up policy?" stands alongside her calm sip of tea, hinting at the political machinations behind the scenes. Amidst the golden glow of the room, the cat-eared servant exclaims energetically, their actions and words lively and bold, as if telling a vigorous story, bringing a sense of dynamism and humor to an otherwise serious narrative. The maid stands triumphantly over her invisible enemies, demanding, "Leah, have you finally ordered these rioters?" Her lively demeanor contrasts sharply with the somber events described earlier, bringing a bit of whimsy to the story. Reina listens quietly, cup to lips, reflecting on the past event. "It's all silly rumors. That knight fell himself." Her statement dismissing the rumors reveals a secret layer of the unfolding drama. The maid reacts with surprise and horror, her "A," accompanied by a panicked wave that captures her shock at Reina's confession, her previous confidence seemingly shattered by this unexpected revelation. In a room decorated with a gold motif, Reina stands with a maid holding a chalice. They exchange words about a more terrifying past versus a potentially orchestrated future, pondering whether there is a plan behind recent events. Reina, with her eyes closed, appears to be savoring a cup of tea. Her internal monologue reveals her concerns about the Filcher chief and the group of knights, suggesting political intrigue. Sitting across from the maid, Reina holds a cup while the maid reads a letter. Reina's realization leads to the revelation of a formal dinner invitation from the cardinal, which seems like an important event. A close-up shows Reina's surprised reaction as a small blue flame sprouts from her head, an unusual and magical event that underscores her shock. The camera focuses on an elegant invitation with mysterious symbols at the top and text at the bottom, inviting Reina and the others to a formal dinner, signifying an event of great importance. Reina stands in front of a massive, ornate door that marks the entrance to a large space where a formal dinner is likely to take place, adding to the sense of anticipation. When the door opens, Reina appears in full dress, looking ahead with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, ready to step into the unknown of a formal dinner. Reina enters the spacious dining room, where she is greeted casually, but the atmosphere is formal, indicating the high status of those present. The hall is shown from above with a large table set for a meal, creating a sense of scale and formality. Reina stands out with her bright outfit against the somber colors of the hall. The young man looks sharply at Reina, emphasizing a possible tension or important dynamic between them as she stands next to him. Reina stands with a surprised expression and a gurgling speech. "Huh?" She seems surprised or confused. In the bright room, Reina hears from Ruvel that there are rumors of her close friendship with the Order of the Paulicians. Ruvel's tone seems playful, perhaps teasing Reina about this connection. Reina, sitting across from Ruvel, asks him directly why he called her, curiosity and suspicion mixed on her face. Ruvel, casually sprawled at the dinner table, dismissively wonders why she asked, assuming he finds the reason obvious or unimportant. With a close-up on the wine glass, the dialogue foreshadows an upcoming, fully prepared campaign to the province, hinting at significant future events. Ruvel holds his glass, declaring the importance of the rearguard in the first march. He looks confident, perhaps referring to strategic plans. Reina looks down, determined, declaring that she will not take command of the squad. Her demeanor shows determination and perhaps disappointment. Another character, a woman with amber eyes and blonde hair, looks stunned, with an exclamation in the speech cue signaling a dramatic discovery or incident. Rin, a man with black hair, also shows a shocked expression. His wide eyes and open mouth indicate that he is witnessing something strange or disturbing. Rena's eyes glow bright red as she looks up, the text 79% floating near her face, perhaps indicating significant change or realization. A pink-haired Rena is reflected in a mirror, contemplating her next move, and the lyrics imply that she seeks to regain her lost honor. Her eyes, radiating a red hue, indicate a supernatural element or deep emotion. Rena sits down to eat with two men, and a conversation begins where one man, perhaps questioning authority, asks if he received an order. The close-up of Rena looking thoughtful suggests an autonomous entity that needs consent, hinting at a complex situation involving consent and action. The scene shows a man expressing shock or realization, wondering if Rena is behind the actions being discussed, with an incriminating undertone. Sixth Rena comments on the rumors about her, suggesting that her actions had significant, possibly unpleasant consequences for the princes. In a dimly lit space, a man speaks of inevitability and asks what to do next, implying a humble attitude toward the situation they see coming. The stern-faced man looks worried, looking away, as if contemplating the implications of recent events or revelations. Rena, looking straight ahead, accuses someone of manipulative actions with the intent to cause harm, demonstrating her understanding of deceptive conspiracies. The last image focuses on a man in a dark room, his face partially in shadow, suggesting a secret or perhaps tense conversation. A character with striking blue hair whispers a plea for help, eyes lowered to express a sense of vulnerability and urgency. In a luxurious setting, a man with white hair and exquisite gold clothing confidently offers to organize a dance, exuding a sense of confidence and competence. Two people are sitting at a sumptuous dinner table. The speaker recalls the arrival of a prince and a hero to the province, hinting at the distinguished guests among them. The white-haired character appears shocked, placing a hand to his cheek as they tell the others that the aliens described an extremely strange landscape, expressing disbelief and curiosity. The faces of the characters at the dinner table show surprise, and the one named Rena looks at her, her expression a combination of confusion and anticipation. The white-haired man makes a strategic suggestion, indicating that he prefers to attack familiar enemies first, demonstrating a thoughtful and tactical mindset. Rena, with her signature pink hair, looks skeptical, her eyes narrowed, and the caption hints at doubt about someone's intelligence or intentions. In a calm atmosphere, a white-haired person indicates that they have plans for the new year, suggesting that preparations or celebrations are being considered. Rena's 3 dots in the text prompt convey a moment of silence or hesitation, often used in narrative to indicate uncertainty or tension. A dramatic scene unfolds with a silhouette witnessing a powerful silent war on a mountaintop, creating a scene of conflict and tension. A young man with brown hair is visibly distraught, his hands clutching his head, tears and sweat streaming down his face in panic, his mouth gaping in a silent scream against an ominous background. The silhouette of a man is framed against a backdrop of swirling red miasma, hordes of distorted figures writhing behind them, creating a tense atmosphere of imminent doom and confrontation. The grotesque creature with sharp fangs is caught in the midst of a ferocious attack, its mouth wide open in a predatory growl, adding a sense of horror and urgency to the scene. Rena, with her signature pink hair, is depicted in a strong pose, her weapon shining with energy, emphasizing a moment of fierce action and determination. A harsh battlefield, littered with the fallen, opens up. Rena stands thoughtfully as the sole victor amidst the quiet horror of the war's aftermath. A gray-haired character with a playful expression talks lightheartedly about past battles with newcomers, his casual tone belying the seriousness of the events he is talking about. The same hero touches his chin with a meaningful smile, hinting that lessons had to be learned in these turbulent times. Rena's profile is shown in thought, her eyes downcast, suggesting a pause for reflection amidst the unfolding events. Viewed from behind, Rena is confronted by a seated character who is looking at her with interest. A pop-up tooltip appears above him, indicating that he wants to hear her choice, reinforcing the sense of a pivotal moment. In the close-up, the gray-haired character's face is partially obscured, his eye peeking out with a mischievous glint, adding mystery to his playful demeanor. Rena, with her distinctive pink hair, expresses her willingness to lead a military campaign, considering it a great honor, and is also willing to ask for a favor in return. Ruvid, a man with silver hair, is surprised and asks about the nature of Reina's request, curiosity and concern mixed on his face. Standing firm, Reina orders the date of the military operation to be changed, specifying a 2-day postponement, her eyes showing the seriousness of her order. The close-up of Reina shows her determination, her eyes shining with unwavering determination, indicating the importance of the adjustment she was requesting. Rin, shot in a tight shot, looks confused and unsure, reflecting the unexpected nature of the change in plans. Ruvid is shown with a mixture of shock and contemplation, his face quietly inquiring about the reason for Reina's sudden decision to change the campaign time. At night, under a serene moonlit sky, Rin and Reina sit together, perhaps contemplating the trials ahead and having a quiet nighttime conversation. Ruvid, with hair shining under the starry sky, doubts the reasons for such a drastic change in the campaign date, his face marked with concern. A close-up of Reina with a fierce look suggests that she has a compelling reason for her request, leaving us to wonder what prompted her decision. The scene changes to a calm nighttime setting, where Rin seems to be urgently asking Ren why the campaign date needs to be moved, his face filled with anxiety and a need for understanding. Under the night sky, Reina speaks expectantly, expressing hope that her father will have enough time to prepare another dress, her eyes shining with the excitement of the unknown. Rin sits with a somber expression, his pristine uniform contrasting with Reina's vivacity. He confronts Reina with his realization that she knew all along that this was a trap, his words hanging in the tension-filled air. Reina's pose, relaxed and confident, suggests that she enjoys the challenge, recalling that the East still maintains a fighting stance, her gaze fixed on something beyond the present. Rin acknowledges the complexity of their situation, a faint hint of pain in his eyes, while Reina looks at him with a mixture of apology and mischief, her innocent exterior belying her strategic mind. As the scene unfolds, Reina insists that there is no need to apologize, her eyes wide with seriousness, implying a deep understanding that comforts but mystifies Rin. Rin stares out into the night, intrigued by the complexity before him, his curiosity piqued as he watches events unfold like a chess player absorbed in the game. Reina probes Rin with a direct question, trying to understand how he perceives her, her eyes flickering with curiosity and a hint of vulnerability. Rin is stunned, his face a canvas of confusion and introspection as he ponders Reina's unexpected request. In a calm garden setting, Rin, with a reserved demeanor, calls the situation strange, while Reina, dressed in a burgundy dress, listens intently, her attention undivided. Reina contemplates Rin's observation with a gesture of contemplation, her eyes closed as she contemplates the curious dance of their interaction, the night enveloping them like a shroud. Reina looks up in surprise, her eyes wide and shining. The text prompt says, "Reina," meaning someone has just addressed her or caught her attention. Rin stands under the starry sky with a serious expression on his face. He says seriously, "I trust you, but I hope you're not in pain." His concern is palpable, creating a somber mood. Reina stands with a gentle smile, looking straight ahead. A tongue-in-cheek prompt shows her response, "I hope you don't get hurt either," echoing the feeling of mutual concern. Reina, with her eyes closed, expresses hope that Rin will not be harmed. Her calm face reveals a deep sense of care and concern for his well-being. Reina's eyes are intense as she urges someone to listen carefully to her words. This is a key moment where she emphasizes the importance of her message. Rin, with a stunned expression on his face, learns of the military expedition that is to take place in 2 years. The seriousness of the situation is clear from his wide eyes. A young maid holds on to Reina's dress in the room named after Reina. It's a quiet moment, perhaps of comfort or guidance in the elegantly decorated room. An older man, possibly a military man, expresses his disbelief at the solo expedition. His surprise is indicated by a raised eyebrow and a hand gesture. Reina stands confidently, while the maid looks at her. The dialogue reveals Reina's decision to set out on the journey alone, without a retinue, taking on the role of vanguard. The same man in military fatigues seems to have never heard of such a thing before, as evidenced by his wide eyes and the tone of his words. This is a historic moment of defiance or innovation. The pink-haired girl, Rena, confidently states that every business has a beginning. Her expression is determined and her posture is straight, indicating that she is ready to start a new business. In a lavishly decorated room, a man dressed in a military uniform with gold epaulets speaks to Rena, hinting that she will be both the first and the last to make a certain choice, asking who else would dare to do so. His stance and expression suggest a combination of mirth and defiance. Rena, with her hand on her chin, smiles wryly and claims that being unique in history is an even greater honor for her. Her demeanor conveys pride and a touch of sarcasm, revealing her individualistic and confident nature. The man jokes that their time together was purely for fun and regrets not bringing at least a cat's paw, implying that the situation shouldn't be taken too seriously. His casual body language suggests that he's trying to lighten the mood. A girl in a maid outfit with cat ears asks if her husband is concerned about their plan. Her wide eyes and surprised expression indicate that she is unsure about her husband's concerns and the seriousness of their situation. The man, clearly irritated, spreads his arms in disbelief, his face distorted with disappointment. The situation seems to have taken a turn that he finds absurd or unexpected. Rena, bowing respectfully to her husband, is reprimanded for her previous remarks. The man's stiff stance and stern expression indicate his authority and perhaps disapproval of Rena's previous behavior. The man dismissively says, "Your Excellency," in a formal but cold manner, while Rena watches from behind. The tension between them is palpable in the elegant setting of the room. In the final conversation, Rena pleads for trust, her gaze sincere and pleading as she looks at her husband, indicating a crucial moment of vulnerability and the need to believe in one's abilities. In a large room, a dignified elderly man dressed in an elegant uniform silently ponders. His expression is pensive, his thoughts seem heavy. Beside him, a young woman with pink hair and sparkling eyes, also in military uniform, looks on with tender trust. Her demeanor is calm but assertive. The man, perhaps a high-ranking officer, finally speaks, trying to understand Rena. His tone suggests a mixture of submission and determination to bridge the chasm of misunderstanding. Rena responds modestly with a soft smile, her eyes closed and her face expressing a faint expression of satisfaction. She seems to be enjoying a personal victory. In an emotional twist, a young woman with pink hair, Rena, stands with her head bowed, expressing her victory in quiet words. It's a personal moment of triumph, filled with a combination of humility and pride. Under the dark arches, Rena strides purposefully forward, her cape billowing behind her. A figure awaits her in the distance, standing alone in anticipation. The silver-haired man addresses Rena with a smile, his words filled with trust and expectation. He seems to convey confidence in Rena's abilities. Amidst the sea of uniformed people, Ren stands out with her distinctive pink hair and authoritative stance. She appears as the central figure who holds the team together. Finally, the same silver-haired person, now revealed to be a figure from the past, speaks of glory and virtue. His words directed at Rena in an open space illuminated by the moonlight. A man with silver hair looks forward, his eyes filled with determination and hope. He seems ready to embark on a new journey or challenge, his face turned towards the future. Rena stands before a stormy sky, her back to the viewer, overlooking a landscape strewn with coal and a crowd in the shadows. Rena leaps into the abyss of red light, her cape billowing as if diving into danger. With glowing red eyes, Rena stares forward with a stern expression, hinting at determination against an ominous red background. Rena stands in midair, surrounded by stretched figures, against a chaotic background of red and black stripes, creating a sense of conflict. A close-up of Rena's hand gripping her sword tightly, sparks flying as it strikes, suggests a fierce battle. Rena's fierce gaze meets the viewer, her weapon at the ready, amidst a surge of power that illuminates her face. Rena's portrait is elegantly framed, and the text, which identifies her as the last of the Grail line, sets the tone of legacy and destiny. Rena stands at the entrance to a dark, fiery portal, her face turned to the side, hinting that she is about to encounter something monumental. A menacing figure with glowing eyes beckons, and the text calls for Rena to come closer, creating an eerie invitation. The area is shrouded in mist, with ghostly figures and text mentioning 5 long-dead kings, hinting at Rina's arrival at a place with a significant past. In a dusty room, a woman in ball gown, her face a mixture of curiosity and fear, is confronted by a dark presence, questioning her identity with a sword at the ready. A tall figure, shrouded in darkness, with eyes burning like coals, asserts his ancestral rights to the woman, speaking in a voice that seems to come from the depths of time itself. From the shadows, the creature commands the woman to show remorse, her eyes piercing the darkness, an unspoken power behind her brief demand. A woman stands on the edge of a precipice, the abyss beneath her, and an entity proclaims dominion over the dead, its voice echoing around her. The woman questions the value of a kingdom filled with ghosts, a surprised frown crossing her face as she turns to the void beneath her. With a determined gaze, she proclaims that the world above her belongs to the living, challenging the darkness with her unwavering stance. Ghostly figures with eyes shining with otherworldly light surround her, dismissing her claims with a possessive remark that seems to whisper of ancient right. Time is on the side of the ghostly creatures as they remind the woman of their eternal patience by surrounding her with their eternal clock. An abomination appears without eyes or nose, a tangled mass of horror, its very presence a silent scream that chills the bones. The royal shadow stands against the twisted trees, its first cry breaking through the silence, drawing attention with its presence that is both terrifying and inspiring. In a stunning night scene, a shrouded figure sits on a throne, skeletal branches trailing behind him like an ominous crown. His face is hidden, a harbinger of foreboding. A woman with a choker and flowers on her dress stands in the darkness, facing the figure. She asks why the king's people cannot see the truth. The person occupying the throne, a sorrowful entity, declares his inability to look straight at the world, implying a curse or a form of repentance. The woman challenges the essence, asking why she adorns herself with beauty if she hears only mournful sounds that hint at the contradiction in her actions. The essence explains the double burden of grief, mourning what one regrets most and wearing beauty as punishment, offering a deeper narrative of loss and aftermath. The scene widens to show a woman in a deserted landscape, facing a shadowed figure on a throne. The bubble signifies that their collective mourning is well known. The entity, which appears to be bandaged and faceless, ominously informs the princess that her fate is already known, hinting at the impending tragedy. The princess is depicted in battle, her dress torn and stained, reflecting the struggle or confrontation that has taken place, a testament to her resilience or despair. A bright flash of light is compared to a blow to a sleeping heart, indicating a moment of awakening or an important revelation. Finally, a hand drops a glowing sphere onto a dark surface, accompanied by text that speaks of consulting the whisperings of the heart before making a key decision. Rina, a girl with piercing eyes and pink hair, stands adorned with an exquisite necklace. The caption reads like a foreboding whisper of the king's heart preparing after his first cry. Beyond the twisted trees, a dark castle appears, a stunning sight. The words suggest, ominously, that a secret heart lies hidden within its depths. The brainless abomination screams into the silence, its scream vividly represented by the word "scream" above its gaping mouth. Rina's eyes burn with determination, her stance withstanding the gust of wind, ready to confront the invisible threat in the strong wind. Standing before a terrifying army of undead, Rina looks towards the castle. The text ominously notes that the closer one gets to the castle, the thicker the ranks of the dead become. Rina's eyes, wide and intense, reflect a quiet desire to pass unnoticed, but the text shows that the path is too narrow for stealth. Rina descends into the depths of the castle with a drawn sword. The surrounding text heightens the tension, arguing that the road is too narrow. In the thick of battle, Rina stands firm as monstrous creatures charge at her. The tension is palpable as she is surrounded. A close-up of Rina's shocked face is visible. The single word, "What?" captures her surprise as she witnesses an unexpected event. The creature's roar fills the scene as Rina engages in battle against the relentless undead, punctuated by the sound of the action. Rina stands confidently amidst a horde of vanquished enemies, declaring that her path is cleared by their defeat. Her demeanor is poised, undaunted by the danger she faces, her sword at her side as a testament to her victory. Framed against a fiery sky blocked by a darkened sun, Rin looks contemplative and distant. His bow is at the ready, hinting at the gravity of the battles he has seen and those yet to come, his silhouette a lone figure against the vast blazing backdrop. In the close-up, Rin's expression is serious, his concentration evident as he stares ahead. He readies his arrow, the details of his form showing signs of his commitment and readiness, his gaze fixed on unseen challenges. Rina looks up with a mixture of surprise and recognition, reacting to Rin's shot. The text suggests a moment of unexpected help, hinting at an alliance or a twist in their shared narrative. A smile graces Rina's face as she acknowledges Rin's help, the warmth of her expression contrasting with the dangerous setting. The dialogue shows her gratitude, suggesting that Rin's actions were not only helpful but kind. Rin smiles gently, his confidence evident. The text adds a layer to his character, implying nobility or honor, his calmness indicating that he is an honest man. Viewed from above the chaotic scene, Rin's posture is commanding. He is a strategist who observes the consequences of his actions. His dialogue suggests a complex connection to the unfolding events and those involved. Rin is confused, as the text implies that he is hearing unexpected or disturbing news. His composure drops slightly, indicating a change in the story or a challenge to his expectations. Rin stands firm with his bow in hand, declaring that their next move will not be towards the castle. His determination is evident, his profile set against the backdrop of their recent conflict, hinting at strategic decisions prompted by unfolding events. The conversation continues with a question, perhaps from a companion, asking the direction of their journey. The speaker's uncertainty is evident, contrasting with Rin's previous determination and indicating a turn in their plans. Rina stares up, insisting that we listen carefully to her words. Her pink hair frames her determined face, her red eyes glowing brightly. Rin looks concerned, stating that they are heading for the trophy. He has a determined look, his dark eyes showing a hint of worry beneath his furrowed brows. A group of people stand in a dark cave, looking at Rin and another man standing at attention, their expressions serious and focused on the task ahead. Rina, smiling confidently, comments on someone's gullibility and obedience. Her eyes sparkle with mischief, indicating that she is pleased with the situation. Amidst the chaotic scene, Rina asks what's going on, asking if these are corpses, her eyes wide in shock and a look of impatience on her face. In the close-up, Rina's eyes reflect a moment of realization or shock, and the exclamation mark symbolizes her sudden surprise or insight. In the heat of the moment, Rina is stunned by the unexpected event, and only her alarmed eyes and the lower part of her bladder are visible. A determined Rina declares the situation the seal of the North, her gaze watchful and full of knowledge of what it means. The scene cuts to a larger perspective, where the group is seen from behind, looking down into the open cave. Someone points to Rina, who is seen standing on a ledge above. Rina's face is shown in close-up, her eyes wide in shock or realization, reflecting the seriousness of the situation as she looks at something disturbing or important. In a moment of intense drama, Ren is in close-up, her gaze is determined, and she shouts the order, "Fire!" The urgency of her order is palpable, reflecting the tension of the situation. Rina stands on a cliff, looking out over a legion of soldiers prepared for battle. The scene is lit by the fiery glow of a giant 01 looming in the background, a symbol of the coming confrontation. The battle is in full swing, and Rina is in the thick of it. She faces the monstrous creatures with a fierce expression that emphasizes the seriousness of the fight. One creature is already in her hands, subdued by her power. With her arrow released and a grim determination on her face, Rina enters the battle. The text captures the critical moment. "I am being targeted," hinting at her as the focus of the enemy's aggression. A man stands amidst the chaos, his face etched with worry and fear. Arrows fall around him as he seems to ponder with a heavy heart the unfolding violence. A tall figure stands before Rina, her eyes wide with shock and perhaps betrayal. The words, "Father, you have come to kill me," spill out, revealing the deep personal conflict at the heart of this epic struggle. In the background is Rina, bracing herself against the onslaught. Arrows fall like a deadly shower, and she stands resolute, a lone figure against the odds. Rena stands in the vortex, eyes wide and focused. She boldly shouts her words, "Everyone here," hanging in the air, which translates to "Everyone go here," as if summoning or commanding the group. Surrounded by the chaotic scene, Ren appears steadfast and poised. She is at the center of the vortex, the creatures descending upon her as she exudes a calm defiance, the sound of their approach, rendered as "okay," echoing around her. In a dynamic stance, Rena wields her weapon with intense concentration. Her strike is powerful and precise, cutting through her enemy. The strike is displayed as a sharp AUF, indicating the force of the impact. Rena delivers a powerful blow to a creature, her movement so fast that it creates a shockwave, shown as TJ. The force of her action causes the opponent to stagger, emphasizing her strength and skill in combat. Rena's father stands firm, his face stern and tense against the fiery chaos. His gaze is commanding, suggesting that he is an authoritative and commanding figure amidst the turmoil. Finding himself among the undead, the father's anxiety increases when he overhears him pondering his situation. He says, "What? Zaterялся сред мертвецов," logically translates to "what? Lost among the dead." Amidst the blurred motion, panic sets in as the father asks, "Where is she going?" Or "Where did she go?" showing a moment of confusion and concern about Rena's whereabouts as chaos engulfs the scene. The father's voice cuts through the din. "Your Excellency, more dead are coming," which translates as "Your Excellency, more dead are coming." His warning is clear and insistent, heightening the tension in the ongoing struggle. Beads of sweat on the father's forehead as he looks stunned by the situation. His wide eyes reflect growing fear as the reality of their dire situation sinks in. In the close-up, the father's profile is etched with anxiety. His lips part as if to speak or command, the tension of the moment reflected in his furrowed brow and the shadows playing across his face. Rena stands at the entrance to the cave, peering into the darkness where the monstrous figures lurk. Her expression is hidden, but her posture indicates readiness for the battle to come. In the close-up, Rena's face is determined, her eyes burning with fierce determination. Her pink hair and elegant uniform shine in an invisible light. A man in a black uniform is talking to another in red, his face half-shadowed, displaying a confident smile. He addresses the other as his aide-de-camp, his posture relaxed but commanding. The same man's face is now shown in detail, his serious expression as he says, "I need to go somewhere," hinting at a very important mission calling him away. The dramatic shot shows a grand castle-like structure perched atop a steep cliff, shrouded in clouds and a reddish sky. The atmosphere is filled with tension and imminent event. Rena, who looks small against the vast landscape, is approached by a man on horseback, while soldiers in red uniforms stand in the background, watching the scene unfold before them. The man on the horse addresses Rena, saying she is injured, but downplays the seriousness of her wound, perhaps to reassure her or to belittle her abilities. Looking at the man in profile, he speaks with a tone of frustration, contrasting a man who has rushed into battle with a man who looks sad, perhaps lamenting a strategic mistake. Rena stands before the man, her face serious and slightly upturned. There is a moment of uncertainty as she asks if he is going to kill her, her eyes searching for the answer in his. The man in red stands alone with a stern expression as he advises against foolish actions if one wants to live, implying a lesson or warning that should be heeded. A young man sitting and looking contemplative expresses a desire for a life filled with meaning that goes beyond mere existence. A determined young woman named Rena vows to live up to her given name, demonstrating a strong sense of identity and purpose. In a tense scene, a figure whispers ominously about finishing something, the intention hanging heavy in the air. The troops charge forward with a sense of urgency and panic, their expressions conveying fear and determination amidst the chaos. Amidst the conflict, Rena begins the action with a powerful blow from her weapon, demonstrating her agility. The man, possibly Rena's father, protests vehemently against the use of seemingly unethical tactics, his face reflecting betrayal and anger. Rena stands against a terrifying opponent, her posture tense and ready as the chaos of battle rages around them. The encounter is brutal, as Reina engages in close combat with a creature whose every movement suggests a dance of death. Reina delivers a swift, decisive blow to the shadowy figure, her determination clear in the midst of a frantic fight. Reina, with eyes full of determination, prepares to deliver the main blow, symbolizing a critical moment in her fight. Reina's father stands calmly, his expression serious, preparing for what is about to happen. He seems calm but determined, his hand ready to act. Reina looks at her father, her eyes and posture pleading. She seems to be reasoning with him, perhaps trying to avert a bleak situation. In a sudden burst of action, Reina's father dodges the attack, his face covered in a mask of concentration and surprise. The attack on him is sharp and brutal. Reina stands her ground, her eyes shining with an eerie light. She looks confident, even mocking, as if reveling in the chaos unfolding around her. With a broad gesture, Reina's father declares another failed attempt on his life, standing tall against a backdrop of shattered expectations and betrayal. Reina's shocked and vulnerable father realizes the full depth of the situation. His face depicts a moment of betrayal, a combination of disbelief and anguish. In a dynamic scene, Reina moves quickly, her actions causing her father to lose his balance, his fall made dramatic against a blood-red backdrop. Reina's father's face is marked with fear, sweat beading on his forehead as he faces an unseen horror, his eyes wide and his mouth open. A close-up hand gesture means a sharp, rapid movement, perhaps a signal to attack or defend, the action frozen in a moment of tension. Reina is seen from below, looking down with intense eyes, suggesting that she holds the upper hand. The angle gives a sense of her dominance in the confrontation. In the first image, Reina's father looks on in alarm and surprise, noticing that Reina's hand looks very wrong. He comments on the unnatural appearance of her hand. Next, Reina seems calm and confident, telling her father with a slight smile that she has decided to expose him. After that, an action scene unfolds where Reina makes a quick and decisive move, throwing her father to the ground in one smooth motion. In the next shot, Reina stands over her father, who is kneeling and looking down at her. She calmly declares that she has no plans to kill him until a certain military campaign is over. Reina's father is then seen with a humble expression on his face, reflecting on the beginning of the disturbing events. Looking up at the night sky, Reina's sinister silhouette is visible from behind. She declares that she always intended to play with him. In the close-up, Reina's face is filled with mysterious intensity as she looks down, her red eyes suggesting hidden knowledge or intent. The scene shifts to see Reina standing over her father, who is crouched on the ground. She asks why they are the way they are now. The gruesome image shows a horde of emaciated, zombie-like creatures emerging from a pit, emphasizing the sense of despair and horror. Finally, Reina's father is depicted with a sad look, haunted by the fact that they killed their own children, revealing a deeper layer of tragedy in their story. The dimly lit scene features silhouetted figures, with a shadow or object seemingly hanging between them, creating an ominous atmosphere. The text below, in an elegant frame, suggests a somber or pensive mood. A silhouette with horn-like protrusions is seen on top of a wall or rampart. The atmosphere is eerie, and the figure seems to be watching or preparing for something with foreboding or determination. Reina stands amidst the desert landscape, staring ahead with a determined expression on her face. She humorously reflects on the irony of how many people have rejected their own offspring. Reina's father stands with a stern, determined face, bruised and cut. His dialogue conveys a sense of understanding, as he does not see Reina as a monster or a devil, but perhaps something else. Reina is seen with a stunned expression on her face, her eyes wide and bright. She seems to be incredulously remarking that someone is just a common coward. The scene shows Reina standing with her back to her father. The conversation suggests an acknowledgement of truth between them, perhaps including realization or agreement. In a darker setting, Reina's father seems to be talking to her, telling her that the title of monster suits her better. This moment is intense and personal, as it seems contemplative or accusatory. Reina kneels before her father in a submissive or defeated pose, reinforcing the sense of hierarchy or obedience in their relationship. Reina's father, in a dominant position, speaks of the nobility of bowing only to a monster, which may suggest a moment of recognition or discovery about their relationship or Reina's nature. A close-up of Rina shows her distressed face, her eyes filled with complex emotions, perhaps signaling a turning point or a profound realization of her history. A surprised Rina gazes at the mysterious ring that emits a purple glow, her exclamation signifying the beginning of an unexpected event. Grasped by an invisible force, Rina's face contorts in shock as she is pushed back, her alarmed scream reflecting the urgency of the moment. A sly smile spreads across the man's face as he brings the purple light closer to make sure the unfolding events will satisfy him. Sitting high, Rina's father looks down on the battle-scarred landscape, the gravity of the situation reflected in his stance. Rina hangs upside down, motionless against the backdrop of dark curtains, hinting at a dramatic turn in her fate. In the heat of battle, Ruvid channels powerful energy through his weapons, slicing through the air with fierce determination. Despite the fatigue that shades his features, Ruvid stands steadfast before Rina's father, passionately arguing to continue the fight. The father, whose face is marked by the trials of war, calmly asserts the need for retreat, hinting at the wisdom born of experience. Defiance lights Ruvid's eyes as he resolutely protests any idea of retreat, his determination as fiery as the energy surrounding his blade. Rina stands in the midst of the chaos, a man's hand supporting her from behind. Her eyes are closed, she looks unconscious or deeply distressed, perhaps wounded. A figure on horseback cradles Rina, addressing her as Your Highness and expressing regret over what appears to be a serious and urgent situation. The soldier sees Rina being led away on horseback. He acknowledges her nobility with respect, expressing what appears to be a farewell or recognition of her status. The man with Rina on horseback addresses an invisible speaker who declares that the castle is beginning to collapse, which elicits his shocked and urgent response. The castle, now in ruins, is visible in the background as the soldier reports his death. His message is met with shock and orders to remain silent. A strict order is issued to turn the earth and find survivors, indicating a search or rescue mission following a disaster, perhaps the fall of a castle. The scene is frantic as the soldier begins to dig through the rubble, symbolizing the desperate search for life amidst the ruins. Rina's father stands resolutely in the face of devastation, contemplating what to do next amidst the aftermath of the destruction. He makes a grim discovery. Where the castle once stood, there is now a swamp, and all the dead have disappeared, indicating a mysterious or supernatural event. In a commanding tone, Rina's father orders their search to continue, refusing to give up despite the bleak circumstances and apparent loss. In a dark cave, soldiers dressed in red look around, one of whom says they have searched for 5 days without finding anything. A man in a black and red uniform thoughtfully touches his chin, lamenting the need to return fruitlessly after a long search. As dusk falls on the devastated landscape, one character notices the absence of the Eastern Army, leading to the realization that only their group has survived. Amidst the fire and devastation, the leader orders his troops to cease their efforts and prepare to declare victory for the North. Exhausted and beaten, the soldiers respond with silent despair to the command to stop the search as lightning rips through the sky. Supporting Rina's father, fellow soldiers help him as they walk through the territory with their wounded comrades. Rina watches the aftermath where many soldiers lie wounded, and the gravity of the situation is felt in the air. The silver-haired man ponders whether the North has truly returned empty-handed, his face a mixture of curiosity and concern. The group stands in a ruined castle, and Rina listens as her father confirms that they are the only ones who returned alive. But someone else is there. The man's face contorted in shock and disbelief when he heard that not everyone had died as was thought, hinting at an unsolved mystery. A man named Rin, dressed in military uniform, stands next to his horse against a backdrop of fiery chaos, while soldiers behind them prepare for what appears to be a serious clash. Rin appears in close-up with a stern expression, and a speech bubble resolutely proclaims him as Hero of the East, Rin the Avenger. In a cobblestone plaza, Rin and his troops, mounted and on foot, encounter a lone figure in white. The text in the scene foreshadows the expected confrontation, hinting that Rin is bringing something important. Rin is seen confidently throwing a bag of gold coins onto the ground in front of him against a dramatic red sky. The falling coins represent a transaction or challenge. A character dressed in white, suspected of being Reina's father, looks suspiciously at the scattered coins, asking if they are all gold, indicating doubt and intrigue about Rin's proposal. The narrative changes when a royal-looking character, perhaps a higher authority, reacts in shock, suggesting that Rin's actions were unexpected and perhaps forbidden. An elegant figure in white, holding a cane, comments on the beauty of the military expedition with a touch of sarcasm, perhaps mocking the struggles they faced. A discussion unfolds between the man in white and Rin, revolving around the hardships of the army from the east and their time spent in the province, revealing a history of challenges. Rin stoically replies, 11 days, indicating the length of their arduous mission, while the man in white stands behind him, holding the gold piece up to the light, assessing its value. The final exchange reveals a discrepancy in the perception of time spent in hardship, with the man in white saying 7 days, which perhaps contradicts Rin's previous statements, adding tension to their discourse. The silver-haired man reflects on how time flows differently for everyone, hinting at a personal sense of isolation with the contemplative, but this person reflects on the return from the north, which occurred 4 days before it was expected in the east, and reflects on the disappointment of returning empty-handed. In a dimly lit scene, two soldiers discuss a grim discovery, a black swamp where they hoped to find dragons, or the heart of the king, but found neither. The silver-haired man speculates whether the place was empty because someone had already taken what they were looking for, hinting at a mystery or competition. With eyes wide open, the same character is shocked to realize that someone managed to obtain the king's heart in just 1 day, marking a significant and amazing event. The man in the red military uniform curses, his expression distorted with anger and frustration, as if something or someone has eluded him or caused him great harm. The silver-haired man addresses the two soldiers, casually pointing out that someone is standing behind them, hinting at a presence that has been left unnoticed. One of the soldiers feels panic and disbelief when he finds himself face-to-face with a menacing, swamp-like entity, its dark presence overwhelming. The same soldier stands stunned and in denial as a glowing figure appears behind him, perhaps indicating a supernatural or unexpected turn of events. Pink-haired Rina looks surprised and worried as she sits on a barrel surrounded by people, as if she has just heard shocking news or is in a sudden situation. In the stillness of the night, Rina stands holding a ladle, the moon illuminating her form. She seems to be waiting for someone or something, with a subtle hint of anticipation in her posture. Renu is caught off guard by the sudden return of her father, a man marked by life's experiences and hardships. The warmth in her eyes contrasts with his weary demeanor as she greets him with a simple, hopeful question. Her father's face is worn with exhaustion and the scars of past troubles. He looks up, his expression a mixture of relief and disbelief, as if he's seen a ghost, or perhaps something even less likely. The atmosphere becomes cold and dark as the father recounts in horror how he witnessed Rina's fatal fall, his voice filled with pain and despair, the memories vivid and unbearable. A monstrous creature looms in the darkness, its eyes shining like sinister rubies. This ominous scene sets the backdrop for something ancient and terrifying, a mystery perhaps best left unsolved. With terrifying calm, Rina confronts the beast, her eyes matching its hellish glare. She stands firm, her resolve firm as she denies the creature's insinuation with a simple, "No, devil." The air crackles with tension as her father, stunned, demands to know what trick Rina used to defy death. His stance is insistent, the need for answers etched in every line of his body. In an authoritative tone, Rina's father orders her to show the heart she took from the avenger of the southern lands. His voice is firm, the man is used to being obeyed, his desire for confirmation is clear. Rina responds with a calm smile, ready to acquiesce. Her grace is unwavering even despite her father's high demands. The servant bows deeply, raising the pillow on which is fixed a heart, like a precious stone, a sign of victory and dark deeds accomplished. A magic ring with an elven script glowing ominously hovers in a dark red room. The caption sarcastically mocks, hinting at an underrated inner strength. A stern man in military garb rejects the ring as unworthy of royal significance, displaying a mixture of shock and contempt as he stands among the tall spires of what appears to be a majestic castle. A younger man with silver hair and royal attire addresses someone named Rubel, questioning their attention to detail in their biography, hinting at an important missing detail about noble origins. A shimmering light radiates from a heart-shaped gemstone in a dark room, surrounded by decorative frames that tell the story of the king's hidden heart, hinting at a royal secret hidden in the depths of the castle. Among the icy floors of the palace, a military man with a look of disbelief on his face reports that a thorough investigation has already taken place, and a priest and a younger man stand nearby. The silver-haired young man says that there was an exchange of keys. Rena married the key with the silver trim as the priest gives a soft box. A silver key with an intricate pattern and a bright gemstone in the center lies on a pillow, shedding light around it, symbolizing the key that unlocks the mysterious heart of the king's legacy. In an emotional climax, the soldier's face contorts in shock. The rain pours down as he confronts the incomprehensible truth, and his eyes reflect fear and disbelief. Finally, Rena stands resolute as the soldier falls to his knees, the echoes of defeat and realization echoing through the great halls of the castle. The silver-haired man confidently announces the decision, his face a combination of relief and triumph, as if an important matter had been decided in the royal court. A blue banner, emblazoned with a bold emblem, flutters overhead as the command is given to report a visitor to the main palace. Rena stands level, her gaze intense and red, carrying a statement from the south and Rena's knight. The man is kneeling, seemingly in despair, surrounded by shadows. The text hints that he is going through a difficult experience, a return from hell. Rena's father looks exhausted, his eyes wide with pain. He admits that he has lost everything. Finally, Rena looks down with a mysterious smile, telling her father that he has failed again. Her eyes still glow red, reflecting complex emotions.